After collecting the most precious healing medicines from the cliff, Cahir and the others left. He had only allowed his strongest peers to enter the Thunder Shrine. If he had brought the likes of Devon along too, he would have spent most of his time trying to protect them, rather than searching for treasures. Runes and lightning illuminated the area above a broken wall that cut across the valley. People suspected that a great treasure was hidden within. Although the ravine was filled with blood, with corpses strewn across the ground, everyone was eager to get their hands on the treasure. "Let's go," a giant python hissed. The demon beasts roared as they prepared to rush forward. Their battle cries were deafening, intending to intimidate the humans surrounding them. Undeterred, the members of the various sects sprinted toward the treasure. "Evil creature," spat a middle-aged man from the Camel Mountain sect. "Don't touch my disciples. Pick on someone your own size." As he brought his huge sledgehammer down on the scaled beast, his aura fluctuated, and energy waves flooded the sky. The golden aura gushed out from his body. The scaled beast spoke in the human tongue. "So what if we kill your people?" Its scales sparkled with runes, and it gave off a fierce energy. "Charge!" yelled a young man, crashing through the wall at the bottom of the valley. Tens of people poured through the space, hoping to find treasure within the walls that were suffused with multicolored light. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Amid the sound of rumbling thunder, multiple bolts of lightning cascaded down, turning the young men and women next to the wall into piles of ash. The middle-aged man and the scaled beast didn't escape either. The Star Swallower looked at the wall in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a good job that we didn't pass through there," he mumbled. "Otherwise, we'd have been fried by lightning too." The wall had been destroyed. Even though they were safe, he couldn't help but feel scared. "Thank goodness Cahir didn't permit us to go ahead," he thought. Cahir surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, hundreds of people and demon beasts were fighting. The ground was awash with blood. He wondered how many lives would be lost inside the sealed space, and how many geniuses would fall before the inheritance of the Thunderlord was claimed. "The divine weapons have already chosen their masters. If you try and steal what's rightfully mine, I'll kill you," warned a young man, holding a long rod that was filled with lightning. His body radiated a dazzling light. His lightning rod, which was just as powerful as a magic tool, drew the attention of the surrounding people. Undeterred by his threats, several young men flew into the air and viciously attacked him. The man wailed miserably as the men delivered blow after blow with their fists, as aggressive as a pack of wolves. A few seconds later, the young man exploded into blood fog, and then the group of men who had attacked him began fighting among themselves for the lightning rod. Cahir didn't intervene in the mass brawl. He wanted the ultimate prize, not a lightning rod. The group continued on their journey, heading in the direction of the distant buildings. Cahir remained on his guard, pointing out dangers along the way and urging everyone to be careful, while Charlie searched for treasures. Because of Cahir's fearsome reputation, even when someone saw Charlie pick up a treasure, no one had the guts to challenge him. "You don't deserve this treasure. Now die," said a voice. At the top of a bleak mountain, lightning bolts shot unpredictably across the space. A young man and woman from one of the 9 great families had seized a great treasure. It was an antique jade bowl filled with runes. The surrounding people were too scared to say anything, even though they had found the bowl first. The 2 martial arts experts were too strong, with a cruel streak. Suddenly, a huge demon beast with a terrifying aura charged over the horizon. As the ground trembled, everyone swayed from side to side. "Is that a mountain emerging from the ground?" asked one woman. "No, it's a stone cow, one of the most terrifying demon beasts known to man. It's reached a level far beyond the beast sovereign stage," said another. It turned out that the giant mountain was actually a stone cow. It had one of the strongest bloodlines of the ox species, and its numbers were extremely few. "That spirit fruit is mine," the stone cow roared, its eyes releasing a sharp light. Its body, which was as hard as rock, emitted hundreds of runes. Above its head was a mysterious-looking triangle. Rumor had it that the stone cow used the demonic triangle to see through everything, making it an all-powerful warrior. "Evil creature!" shouted a young man. He flew across the sky and landed on the ground. He didn't show the slightest hint of fear. The stone cow was furious. "Puny human, do you have a death wish?" Releasing a demonic aura, it charged forward with murderous intent. Surprisingly, the young man didn't retreat but kept advancing. With a wave of his hand, he released a palm imprint that tore through the sky, gathering the energy of heaven and earth. The air vibrated furiously. With an almighty explosion, the fist imprint collided with the stone cow, sending it tumbling down the cliff. Blood gushed from the creature's mouth. A handsome young man with delicate features and lips the color of cherry blossom smiled as he retrieved the spirit fruit. Despite appearances, he had a sinister side and exuded a complex aura. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly said, "Hand over the spirit fruit and I'll allow you to leave." The roars of demon beasts filled the air as around 20 people on strange mounts came flying over. They were from one of the 9 great families. The man who had just spoken was proud and dignified, with exceptional martial arts skills. Remaining calm and composed, the handsome young man looked up at the people in midair and softly muttered, "The Connors family." The leader of the group raised his eyebrows with surprise. Then his expression turned fierce. "I said hand over the spirit fruit." "If you can defeat me, I'll give you the spirit fruit," the handsome young man said softly. He seemed unruffled by his opponent's words. "It looks like you've chosen the hard way," the young man from the Connors family roared. He leapt from his mount and shot across the sky, exuding a majestic aura. He had reached the perfection level of the martial sovereign stage. "I wonder how many pointers you've picked up from the Connors family experts," the handsome young man said. As quick as lightning, he flew across the sky and collided with the young man from the Connors family. The 2 warriors used all sorts of divine abilities against one another, causing cliffs to collapse and boulders to shatter into pieces. The birds and beasts cowered on the sidelines. The young man from the Connors family had wanted to kill the handsome young man in one move. However, no matter what divine ability he used, he couldn't break through his opponent's defenses to land a blow. As the 2 men fought, the surrounding ruins rippled as though the space was about to collapse. In just a few seconds, the 2 experts had already exchanged more than 30 moves, leaving a series of shadows in their wake. "You're boring me now," the handsome young man sighed. "The Connors family think they're so good, but they're just a bunch of weaklings. Are you really that naive that you think no one in the 9 continents can deal with your family?" He wasn't in the mood to fight any longer. The light surrounding him grew brighter as he released a torrent of glaring runes. As his tremendous aura exploded, the air started to vibrate. His palm became translucent before turning into a jade seal. With lightning speed, he struck his opponent's fist. The young man from the Connors family was catapulted through the air by the almighty force, blood spewing out of his mouth. Without saying another word, the handsome young man turned around and left. The onlookers were stunned by what they had seen and began to discuss the situation. "Who is that young man? He's so powerful. He'd give Kahir a good run for his money. Why is he not named as one of the 12 heroes?" "Some people are more modest than others. Perhaps he doesn't want his name to shake the world." They were astounded by the young man's strength. Even the strongest expert from the Connors family hadn't been able to land a blow. Everyone thought that he was an abnormal genius. Even though everyone had wanted to get to the buildings in the middle of the vast space, they had been sidetracked by the healing medicines and heavenly and earthly treasures growing in the Thunder Shrine. Many people had fought over the treasures left behind by the Thunderlord, and everywhere one looked they could see corpses. They still hadn't reached the buildings, even after a few days. Kahir looked across the vast space from a mountain peak. In the past few days he had obtained many healing medicines and treasures, but he had also seen too many bloody battles. The Thunderlord is ruthless. Perhaps he placed so many treasures inside so that everyone would fight to the death. The Star Swallower was much less empathetic. He wasn't a creature of mercy. It's a fact of life that the strong survive and the weak perish. Get used to it. Cahir nodded. The pity disappeared from his eyes. The strong become kings, and the weak become trodden on. He had experienced both sides, and he much preferred being treated like a king. As he turned his attention back to the various battles, his eyes lit up as though he had thought of something, and he continued toward a canyon in the distance. Everything in the Thunder Shrine was old. The walls, the buildings, the divine weapons, and other various treasures. All across the land, the warriors of the great families, the 9 continents, the demon realm, and the beast realm were still fighting over various artifacts and treasures. No one was willing to give up their precious hoard, even if it meant risking their life. Because the Thunderlord was famous for his immense strength, they were willing to do anything to obtain one of his treasures. They were so consumed by the things around them that they had almost forgotten that their goal was to get to the buildings in the distance.
"What is this place?"
Charlie said with a grimace.
"I thought we'd find lots of goodies in here. Why are there only a few supreme artifacts?"
As he chewed on a supreme artifact, he picked up a worn-out mat to take a closer look. After confirming that it wasn't a treasure, he tossed it to one side. Cahir turned on the spot, looking around the main hall of the building. "Let's go. This place isn't as special as I thought it would be. It wasn't a complete waste of our time coming here, though. It's been a while since we came across any supreme artifacts this powerful." With that, they left the building, preparing to leave the secret canyon they had ventured into. "Be careful!" Cahir suddenly shouted. His eyes shone with a golden light. Charlie, Arissa, Torpin, Lysandra, the Star Swallower, and the King Demon Tiger quickly formed a protective circle around Cahir.
"Cahir, your eternal spirit is incredibly strong. You have the Silver Soul Thunder in your possession, don't you?"
asked a calm voice. A handsome young man slowly descended from the sky. Cahir's expression changed, and he looked at the young man curiously. "Tell me your name."
"My name is the Devil Lord, and I'm a member of the Devil Sect. I know you have the strength and martial arts skills to fight me."
The corners of his lips curved upward as he spoke, as though he was smiling. His outwardly calm appearance and demeanor made everyone feel uncomfortable. With his gaze fixed on the Devil Lord, Cahir said, "Charlie, Star Swallower, you guys take over. You know what to do."
"All right,"
Charlie said with a nod. He signaled to Arissa, the King Demon Tiger, Torpin, and Lysandra, and they left. The Devil Lord smiled as he watched them leave. He didn't even try to stop them. Alone and feeling slightly vulnerable, Cahir took a deep breath. He felt that the Devil Lord was very strong. The dangerous aura surrounding him far surpassed Prince Leroy's. He knew that a huge battle was unavoidable. Therefore, he had asked Charlie and the others to leave so that he was able to battle without any distractions. The Devil Lord smiled at Cahir.
"I'm so glad you asked them to leave. At least now I have your full attention."
"You can attack me now," Cahir said simply. There was no need for him to say anything more. The golden light in his eyes grew brighter, and the golden aura gushed from his body. As he made his move, the halo of light surrounding him exploded outward. Then a scarlet dragon erupted from a cyan light and flew toward the Devil Lord. As the Devil Lord examined Cahir more closely, he realized he was much stronger than his previous challenger from the Connors family. His handsome face suddenly became stern, and the runes on his body began to flash, along with his phoenix tattoos. His golden aura was terrifying as a huge demon beast phantom rushed forward, clashing with Cahir's scarlet dragon phantom. Cahir's eyes shone with starlight as he activated his star energy and prepared to drop a whole star. Under that immense pressure, the many onlookers were terrified as they fought to stay upright. Mighty as Cahir's star energy was, the Devil Lord wasn't afraid. Light spread out from his body, turning into a protective layer of divine light. Cahir was also fearless. He quickly activated the Ghost Grass and Immortal Grass. Then the golden-winged bird behind him expanded as he attacked ferociously and launched attack after attack on his enemy. Bird's Primordial Claw, Heaven's Wings, Bird of the Heavens, Domineering Fist, Planet Seal. As this wave of attacks engulfed the area, an even greater pressure descended on the world, causing a large part of the canyon to be razed to the ground. For miles around, people were forced to stop what they were doing. Everyone's eyes were on the flashes of light in the distance. They wondered what human or beast could be behind such powerful auras. Back on the battlefield, the Devil Lord, decked out in ancient armor, emitted a faint devilish energy. As lightning arced from his body, bright runes spread out and formed a solidified space around him. The shocking aura shook the entire space as the Devil Lord descended. The duel continued between the two mighty warriors. Those standing nearby were so terrified they could barely watch. Nobody dared get any closer. As the fight went on, some of the weaker onlookers were injured or killed in the huge crossfire. The more fortunate ones managed to escape via their eternal spirits. The strong bystanders stood their ground and whispered among themselves,
"Who is that young man?"
"I don't know, but he certainly seems to be putting Cahir under pressure. I never expected there to be another fighter so strong among the younger generation. It's mind-blowing to watch." The whole space was in chaos as runes flew everywhere, and the constant sound of explosions rang out. At one point, the Devil Lord flew horizontally out from the core of the ruckus, his hair fluttering in the wind. As he moved closer to Cahir, he gave off an incredibly evil aura and seemed to twist the space around him with every step. Cahir could barely fathom his opponent's power. "The Devil Lord is absolutely extraordinary," he thought. "He seems even stronger than Prince Leroy. I'm not sure I can hold back for much longer." The Devil Lord was having similar thoughts.
"Are you going to make me use my full strength on you?"
he shouted at Cahir. At the same time, his dazzling runes erupted like a falling galaxy and charged toward his opponent. As the Devil Lord flew around the battlefield, he released his terrifying energy. It swept out in every direction, all of it headed straight for Cahir. The powerful energy was capable of freezing time and space. It surrounded Cahir, as well as imprisoning many of the onlookers. It wasn't long before the golden wings of the great bird expanded, shattering the frozen space. Surrounded by golden light, Cahir flew toward his oncoming opponent. Seeing that things were heating up even more, the dumbstruck crowd trembled with fear as they began to make their escape. As the Devil Lord and Cahir clashed, a massive portion of space exploded as space ripples were torn apart. Both opponents were now using their physical strength to try and suppress each other. Everyone had known that Cahir was a force to be reckoned with, but the Devil Lord also seemed to possess abnormal abilities. The battle raged on for a few hours. Eventually, both opponents were completely exhausted and realized they had reached a stalemate. Thunder rang through the air as Cahir, enveloped in golden light, was pushed back. "I just can't believe this," he thought. "We're both at the same level of the martial sovereign stage, but he's really pushing me to the limit. He's the most powerful warrior I've ever faced." At the same time, the Devil Lord began to retreat. His armor was riddled with cracks, and his aura had visibly weakened. Looking at Cahir, lightning flashed in his eyes. For a moment, they both stood staring daggers at each other. Although weaker after their intense fight, their auras were still terrifying to everyone still watching.
"I'll let you have the Silver Soul Thunder for a few more days," the Devil Lord said. "When the time comes to obtain the Thunder Lord's inheritance, we'll have a proper fight."
With that, he turned and flew away. He couldn't endure another blow. As he left, nobody noticed that his armor was cracking. He discreetly cleared his mouth of blood. Cahir, who was feeling just as bad, wasn't about to stop his opponent. As soon as the Devil Lord was out of earshot, he gave a muffled cry. A trickle of golden blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His face had turned as white as a sheet. A moment later, he departed the scene, leaving the recovering onlookers to their chatter. "What happened in the end? I could barely watch."
"I'm not really sure. They just disappeared."
"I think it must have been a tie."
"Yes, it's a tie for now, but they'll do battle again soon. I certainly don't want to be anywhere near them for round 2.
A little later, Cahir appeared on a mountain peak. The battle had been a good experience for him. It wasn't often that he encountered such an evenly matched opponent. He reckoned the Devil Lord had also suffered significant injuries. During the course of their battle, Cahir had held off on activating his Pulse Soul, or using the Thunderbolt Bloodline or his Heavenly Sword. But just as he had restrained himself, he knew his opponent would have been doing the same. Whenever they met in the future, they would likely both unleash their full power. It would be a fight to the death. Cahir knew it wouldn't be easy. Even the winner would suffer greatly. Their strength might even be compromised so much that they would be forced out of the running for the Thunderlord's inheritance. I don't know if I have it in me to beat him, Cahir thought, shaking his head. The Devil Lord was the strongest opponent he had met among their generation. Even Prince Leroy didn't come close. He took a pill to help restore his strength. As soon as he felt the effects kicking in, he decided to keep going. He didn't have much time to hang around. Arissa, Charlie, the King Demon Tiger, and the others were probably waiting for him. As he progressed along the path, he found the area to be in complete chaos. All sorts of heavenly treasures and healing medicines were scattered about, and he encountered many bloody battles. He spotted countless demon beasts leaping ferociously about the forest as they battled for treasures. It seemed that any time a beast or human got their hands on a treasure, or some powerful medicine, someone else would zoom in to fight them for it. As he made his way toward the vast building complex in the distance, Cahir found himself on a battlefield where many men and women, young and old, were fighting over treasures. When they spotted the young man with the long black hair and glowing golden eyes flying above them, they quickly started to retreat. Cahir's reputation preceded him, and nobody wanted to provoke him. Left to pick through the treasures alone, he stumbled on a stalk of spirit grass that appeared to be filled with lightning. It had a dense energy that could be sensed from miles away. Cahir was familiar with this particular plant. "A lightning mushroom," he exclaimed as he picked it from the ground. He had learned this was a rare and precious medicine. No wonder they were all fighting like crazy. He grinned as he brought the treasure to his lips, but just as he was about to swallow it, the space in front of him started to vibrate. In a flash, a number of demon beasts appeared in front of him, forming an absolutely terrifying force. The lightning mushroom was a sought-after treasure, and these demon beasts weren't about to let it go lightly. As they stared at the plant in Cahir's hands, their eyes blazed. Their leader, the soul-eating snow wolf, who was at the edge level of the beast sovereign stage, was the first to speak. "Cahir, I know for a fact that your fight with that extraordinary young man from the Devil Sect has left both of you injured. Admit it, you're already at the end of your tether. If you hand over the lightning mushroom to us now, I promise we won't make things difficult for you." "You actually think I'm so weak I'll just let you guys take whatever you want here?" Cahir asked, sneering. With that, he dropped the lightning mushroom into his mouth and immediately swallowed it whole. Then he looked back at the demon beast leader. "If you don't like it, bring it on. But I warn you, you're asking to die." Cahir had been bluffing about his own strength. Secretly, he was relying on the power of the lightning mushroom to help accelerate his recovery. However, the soul-eating snow wolf wasn't convinced by Cahir's show of bravado. He felt the young man was in a terrible state. He was also aware that it would take some time for Cahir's body to refine the medicinal power of the plant. If the soul-eating snow wolf ate him in time, he would also consume the lightning mushroom and reap its benefits. Of course, greed was in the demon beast's nature. He had no choice but to strike at that moment. If he missed his opportunity, it might never come again. He also knew that eating Cahir himself would have other advantages. "Kill!" the soul-eating snow wolf roared, and the young disciples all moved in on Cahir. A few demon beasts joined hands to form a destructive attack and suppress him. Backing them up were dozens of powerful demon beasts. Knowing how terrifying Cahir was, they didn't hold back in the slightest. As their runes surged, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and crack. What an evil creature, Cahir thought. His expression became gloomy as two golden rays shot out from his eyes. In an instant, dazzling phoenix tattoos gathered behind him as he activated the golden wings of the great bird. Then there was a massive explosion as the golden wings flowed with light, spread out, and soared into the air. The army of demon beasts were quick to act. Their terrifying auras swept over Cahir, causing all the rocks around him to shatter and turn to dust. As the dust filled the air, the ground cracked, and massive boulders were blasted apart. "Enchanted land method," Cahir shouted. At the same time, he used the golden wings to activate the Bird of the Heavens skill, and the sky was filled with golden sunglows. Cahir was like a true golden-winged bird, exuding a tyrannical aura. As he battled against 100 demon beasts, there was a constant roaring of thunder, while runelights danced like a magnificent firework display. The resulting pressure seemed capable of destroying everything in the area. As Cahir countered the attacks of the demon beasts, space was torn apart. Even though he was far outnumbered, he managed to suppress their rapid-fire strikes. Gradually, his opponents were beginning to weaken, with many of them shedding blood. Realizing the incredible power Cahir still held, their eyes were full of shock. They simply couldn't withstand the power of the golden-winged bird. Many beasts howled as they accepted their fate. As the wind picked up and the thunder intensified, an azure gold light filled the sky. Then suddenly, the sky appeared to shatter as a golden sword beam wrapped in runes ruthlessly slashed at the soul-eating snow wolf. Under the might of the sword, the demon beast leader's head was chopped off. "Kill!" Cahir bellowed as he slashed out in every direction. Each time a sword beam swept out, several demon beasts were beheaded. They were no match for the heavenly sword. The dead beasts crashed to the ground, creating deep gullies in the earth. The impact caused the surrounding ground to crack for miles around. Despite their severe injuries, a handful of the demon beasts managed to escape, while the rest were swiftly killed by Cahir. Once the situation had calmed down, he took their blood, secret bones, and the most valuable treasures he could find on the battlefield. The bystanders couldn't believe their eyes. Many of them were tempted to rush up and grab from the spoils, but in the end, nobody was brave enough to get near Cahir. Within the sealed space of the Thunder Shrine, there were no elders to protect them. After he had scooped up everything of value, Cahir was satisfied with his harvest. He decided to continue on toward the huge building. Along the way, he witnessed more bloodshed than he had been prepared for. The talented young fighters had fallen into battle over and over again on their journey to obtain the Thunderlord's inheritance. As he reached his destination, Cahir saw hundreds of people pouring in from every direction. A huge crowd was building up in one particular area. As people tried to move in closer, Cahir heard a young man say, "The space has been sealed. The higher we fly, the greater the pressure. And it's the same the deeper we go. Anyone below the Martial Emperor stage won't be able to get very far in this environment." Just outside the building complex, the space had been filled with a restrictive seal, blocking it off from the sky above. The closer people got, the more they felt they were trudging through deep mud. Their speed was greatly reduced, and the pressure became even more intense. Each step was exhausting. Cahir studied the air around him, which was full of strange lightning bolts. What a powerful restriction, he thought. It's been around for eons, and it's still so mysterious. I wouldn't expect any less from the Thunderlord. Then he looked around the crowd of young people, who were all very powerful, searching for the rest of his group. It wasn't long before he felt Charlie's aura. "Charlie," he shouted, "are you guys all right?" In a flash, Charlie appeared in front of him, followed swiftly by the Star Swallower, Arissa, the King Demon Tiger, Torpin, and Lysandra. "This is too powerful," a familiar voice said from the distance. "There's nothing I can do to suppress it." Cahir looked up to see several groups of people approaching on their mounts. As they came closer, He saw that there were many familiar faces among them. He spotted Jordan, Jamie, Nadir, Warren, and Layla. And right up front, her body rippling with 7 different colored light rays, was the unmistakable, graceful figure of Helena. Watching the group from the Phoenixes approaching on their mounts, Kahir was shocked. As they came closer, he could clearly see Helena had been injured. Scanning the rest of the group, it seemed that they had all suffered the same fate. He realized something bad must have happened before his arrival. He turned his gaze back to his friends and was relieved to see that none of them appeared hurt. "What happened here?" he asked. "It looks like there was a big fight."
"We missed out on the action as well,"
Charlie replied.
"I believe it's almost impossible to enter from the front of this place. A little while ago, a group of runes rushed out. Some people were killed, and the stronger fighters were injured."
Before Kahir could ask any more questions, Freya rushed over to join them. Although she had suffered a slight injury, she looked as beautiful as ever. "Thank goodness I found you. I've been looking all over." She looked from Kahir to Arissa. "Are you okay?" Arissa nodded. "I'm fine. We managed to avoid trouble on our way." Kahir frowned as he looked Freya up and down. "It looks like you've been hurt. What happened?" Freya was relieved to find that her friends hadn't been caught up in the attack. "I'm fine," she told Kahir. "It's the restrictive seal on this place. I just got hit by the backlash. At least we know we must be in the right place. It can only be the Thunderlord's residence. It's rumored that he kept 3 treasures here: a weapon, some protective armor, and another powerful object that nobody seems to know much about. I wouldn't be surprised if these treasures are kept somewhere near the front of this building. It would explain why it's so hard for us to get in that way." Her words stunned Kahir. "If someone were to get hold of one of these treasures, it would be a massive opportunity, right? You could do whatever you wanted across the 9 continents with something that powerful." Just as he finished speaking, someone in front of them gave an ear-splitting shriek, causing them all to jump. "It's him again," Freya said, rolling her eyes as she watched the person in the distance, trying to gain entry. "When will he learn that the restrictions here are unstable? His martial arts level is too low to allow him to break in." At that moment, the young man's body erupted with runes. Kahir looked ahead and saw a huge quantity of the powerful runes shoot out from the building. A few people tried to charge past the oncoming lightning effect, but they were instantly killed and devoured by the runes. Just then, a handsome young man rushed forward and charged directly at the runes. The people watching were stunned. "How can he do that? It looks like he just charged right past that rune." "No way," Kahir muttered. "It's the Devil Lord." Mere hours after the battle, it looked like the 2 warriors were about to cross paths again. As another rune darted out, Kahir felt his eternal spirit tremble. It seemed like the silver soul thunder inside him had sensed something. Suddenly, Kahir understood what was happening at the front of the crowd. He turned to Freya and Charlie. "That's a thunder rune, a type of thunder power. To obtain the Thunderlord's inheritance, you have to first comprehend that power. Only then can you enter the residence." Then Kahir felt the silver soul thunder shift, and a white thunder rune rushed out from the middle of his forehead. Under the pressure, his body was forced forward. He rushed through all the people in front of him and darted right through a thunder rune at the entrance. The crowd gasped. "That's Kahir. He figured out how to get past the restriction, too. I wonder what the secret is." Many outside the residence found their disappointment growing. 2 people had already gone in, yet nobody else seemed to know how to get past the mysterious runes. It was unlikely they could ever succeed. Freya spoke up. "That rune is a type of thunder power. If you can comprehend it, you can get inside." With that, she quickly approached the rune. Word began to spread among the crowd, and the elite young fighters began to carefully comprehend the thunder rune. Many of them had dragon and phoenix bloodlines. To have made it this far, they were far from ordinary. Soon after Freya's revelation, a young man and woman from the 8 great families who were both wrapped in thunder runes started to break through the restrictive seal. They were followed by many others. This time, nobody suffered any injuries. "I see," Freya said as the purple light in her eyes showed fluctuations of a thunder rune. Seconds later, she moved past the barrier. Meanwhile, Charlie was furious.
It's such a powerful seal, he said. I can't seem to enter.
Try as he might, his usual technique seemed futile against the Thunder Rune. As soon as Cahir entered the Thunder Rune's space, he discovered his environment was growing brighter, while the pressure was also increasing. However, thanks to the Silver Soul Thunder in his eternal spirit, he was able to resist it. A moment later, Cahir noticed the Devil Lord, who had barged in just ahead of him. He saw the young man's eyes were rippling with lightning as he stared intensely at the Thunder Rune. He was still stuck inside the rune's restrictive space and needed to fully comprehend the Thunder Rune in order to go any further. Suddenly, the Devil Lord seemed to sense Cahir's presence, and he turned around. For a while, the two men stood looking at each other in silence. At the same time, Cahir felt that the Thunder Lord's legacy and treasures might be nearby. There's no point in attacking the Devil Lord now, he thought. I'll only end up worse for wear. It was obvious at that moment that he was in a better position than his adversary. Instead of starting a fight, he turned on his heel, and with the help of the Silver Soul Thunder, he burst through the Thunder Rune. Seeing how Cahir had so effortlessly entered the Thunder Lord's residence, the Devil Lord's eyes flashed with suspicion, and he worked even harder to comprehend the rune. Finally, inside the residence, Cahir traveled along until he arrived at a large plaza. A palace stretched around 3 sides of the square. It was grander than any palace he had ever seen. The plaza itself was dotted with tall bronze statues of strong and ferocious figures, while the palace was big enough to house a whole city. It was truly majestic and full of thunder runes. Its aura felt ancient and destructive, as if it had traveled through space and time. As Cahir looked around in awe, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the plaza. A woman, rather plain in appearance and wearing a long flowing skirt, suddenly landed in front of him. "You finally made it," she said. Cahir noticed she seemed slightly afraid of him. He could tell she was on her guard. "I'm sorry," he said. "Do I know you?" As he studied her, he felt there was something slightly familiar about her. The lady smiled as she looked back at the young man in the purple robe. Her eyes flashed with light as she answered. "I guess you don't recognize me. I suppose you've never seen me like this before." Seeing that Cahir clearly didn't recognize her, the young woman came straight to the point. Holding out a messenger stone to him, she said, "Your father left this for you. He had something he wanted to tell you. You'll need to use your Thunderbolt bloodline to open it." Cahir was completely taken aback. This was the last thing he had expected to find in this mysterious place. He quickly accepted the stone from the woman, and noticed that it wasn't an ordinary messenger stone. It had a restriction placed on it, which meant it must carry some important news. As he concentrated, the purple lightning on his body fluctuated. Then the lightning surged in his palm, surrounding the messenger stone, which gradually began to come apart. Suddenly, a blinding stream of light swept out from the stone. It flew toward Cahir and landed right between his eyebrows. Cahir closed his eyes, and then he found himself appearing in a space ripple that was surrounded in dense fog and lightning. A man appeared in front of him. He was middle-aged, and beneath his messy hair, Cahir made out a smile. "Dad!" Even though it was only an image of his father, formed by an eternal spirit power, Cahir felt a lump in his throat. In a way, he was finally making contact with the person he had been seeking for so long, the one person he was closest to in the whole world. "The moment you entered Thunder Mountain, I sensed your presence," Kelvin said, and he gave a chuckle. "I wanted to reach out to you, but there are some things I can't share with you yet. I gather you've been in touch with the Holden family and have heard about the situation with your mother and sister. That saves me a lot of explanation." Kelvin took a short pause, and Cahir noticed how bright and piercing his father's eyes were. "To cut a long story short," Kelvin continued, "I'm the one who opened the Thunder Shrine and spread the word far and wide. I thought it might bring the Holdens here, and I'd finally get a chance to see Talia. I've entered the area that holds the true inheritance of the Thunderlord, and it will be some time before I can leave. All that remains here are some extraordinary treasures and divine abilities, which will be very valuable even in today's world.
From what I understand, one of the Thunderlord's 3 most precious treasures was left in this space. Cahir, you need to be extremely careful. Although the Skyblade sect, the Clenched Fist sect, and the others are not as powerful as the Holdens, they shouldn't be underestimated. There are also many demon beasts who will no doubt try to get in your way. When I come out of closed-door training, we'll go together to the Holden's palace to find your mother and sister. One last thing. You can trust Alice. She's brimming with wisdom and seems to have obtained many great opportunities in the past few years. Make sure you look out for her and return her safely to Dandelion City."
With that, Kelvin's figure gradually disappeared, and the surrounding space also started to dissipate. "Alice," Cahir repeated. "Who's Alice? And why should I look after her?" As he opened his eyes, a melodious voice said, "So you've seen Kelvin then? You know he's in the hiding place of the Thunderlord's inheritance." Cahir had to blink a couple of times. The ordinary woman in front of him had somehow changed her appearance. Instead, he was looking at a goddess with big, beautiful eyes. Her long skirt fluttered around her, giving her a graceful yet charming vibe. Suddenly, Cahir realized why she had seemed familiar. It was Alice Bolton, the City Lord's daughter. Years earlier, back in Dandelion City, she had been chasing around after him. When he had left home to enter the Martial Academy, she had gone out to explore the world. He had never thought that she could have become even more beautiful. "The penny is finally dropped," she said, smiling as she stared at him. "Looks like we've both been through some changes. I never thought that you'd become so famous through the 9 continents." Cahir threw back his head and laughed. At the same time, he could feel that her golden aura was as strong as Jamie's and Sansa's. It was exactly as his father had said. Alice had obtained some decent abilities over the years. She looked at him seriously. "Kelvin said that I was to take you back to Dandelion City. You've been away for so long. He's really worried." "I'm sorry I've caused my dad so much pain," Cahir said. Alice gave a bitter smile. "I should really go back, too. I wonder if the place has changed much in all these years." "You won't find many differences," Cahir said with a chuckle. "It's the same old city. But I know your father will be so glad to see you." Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he turned to his left. "The Devil Lord has finally arrived." Alice looked at the space sealed with Thunder Rune. It was obvious from the ripples that someone had comprehended the thunder power and was barging in. "Who's the Devil Lord?" she asked. "He's an idiot from the Devil sect, and he's very strong," Cahir replied. He had not been looking forward to this moment. Even though he wasn't exactly at a disadvantage against this evil young man, it wasn't easy to get the upper hand. Just as Cahir finished speaking, the Devil Lord appeared in front of them, wrapped in a faint thunder rune. He gave a brief glance at Cahir before looking Alice up and down. Then, as he took in the majestic palace, his eyes widened. His feet had barely touched the ground when, surrounded by lightning bolts, Alina and the rest of the Phoenixes landed. They were quickly followed by Zeke and a few others from the great families. And, just like Cahir, every single newcomer was blown away by the sight of the palace. Soon after, Layla, Tyler, Hope, Warren, Stefan, Sansa, and the rest of the young elites from the major forces of the 9 continents also joined the gang at the plaza. Among the crowd, there were a few people who Cahir didn't recognize. As he checked their auras, he discovered they were all quite powerful. Suddenly, he heard excited voices calling his name. He turned to see Freya, Charlie, Arissa, Torpin, the King Demon Tiger, and Lysandra arriving together. For a moment, they looked at Alice with surprise, but then their eyes were quickly drawn to the vast palace. At that moment, a mysterious aura spread out from the thunder rune within the palace. Above the crowd, a large quantity of lightning arced. It felt as if something frightening was about to awaken. Suddenly, everyone felt apprehensive. "The inheritance and treasures of the Thunderlord must be hidden here," a young man said, shaking. "This has to be his residence." The aura surged and shook the space. Some of the young people began to rush toward the palace. Then the space trembled as there was a terrific explosion. Some of the crowd had tried to attack those ahead of them. The frontrunners whipped around to unleash their wrath on the warriors who had dared slow them down. Helena called out to one of the men at the front,
"Let me go first."
Wrapped in blazing multicolored flames, she rushed toward her target, the Devil Lord, who had been the first person to bolt toward the palace. The Devil Lord turned to face Helena. His eyes were cold and emotionless.
"You may be stronger than Prince Leroy, but that doesn't make you a match for me."
Helena knew her opponent was dangerous, but she wasn't about to be bullied.
"You're fooling yourself if you think you can easily get away from me."
She formed a hand seal, sending out a scorching 7-colored flame. It looked like a sea of fire was about to engulf the Devil Lord.
"Break!"
her opponent shouted. His aura shook the space, causing mysterious runes to flow around him. Helena's eyes flickered with dazzling light, and her skin became covered in flames. Gradually, the power of the flames transformed into a pair of magnificent phoenix wings behind her. At the same time as she activated her wings, there was a massive explosion. The Devil Lord's body suddenly became covered in lightning, which shot out in all directions, locking down the space and trapping Helena. The battle of the two remarkable young warriors had suddenly intensified, startling everyone coming up behind them. Their duel set the tone for the rest of the crowd. It wasn't long before the others began to attack each other. They all wanted to be the first to enter the enormous palace and reap the inheritance of the Thunder Lord. A young man from the great families who was kitted out in rune armor shouted above the crowd,
"Anyone who tries to block me should be prepared to die."
He was covered in a dazzling divine light. As he charged forward, he held a strange-looking weapon, which seemed somewhat magical. At the same time, Charlie had made a discovery. The restrictions around the palace prevented him from unleashing his usual techniques. He was left with no choice but to transform into the Red Monkey. As soon as his transformation was complete, there were gasps all around him.
"That looks like a legendary beast."
"What's it doing here? It can't need the inheritance as much as I do." People began to back away from him, afraid of provoking him. They knew that the rarer a creature was, the more difficult they would be to deal with. Tyler also decided it was time to make his move. As he advanced toward the palace, he looked imposing in his white robes. Everyone felt a chill in the air as he charged forward, causing the sky to become icy. Zeke was engaged in a battle with a young woman from one of the great families. Freya was also caught up in the brawl, faring well against her opponents and pushing ever closer to the palace. Meanwhile, the King Demon Tiger, Lysandra, Torpin, Arissa, and the Star Swallower had taken advantage of the chaos going on all around them. They had managed to get closer to the palace. They were also desperate to get their hands on some of the incredible treasures the Thunder Lord had left behind. While the crazy battles continued, even more young people who had finally comprehended the Thunder Rune's restrictions were arriving. Their feet had barely touched the ground when they found themselves caught up in the mighty brawl. Kahir saw things were quickly heating up. Someone near him activated his pulsal and his martial veins, and reverted to his demon beast form. The beast's intense battle shook the space and pierced through the air. Flames and lightning flew everywhere. All the while, nobody took their eyes off the prize. As soon as anyone managed to get close to the front, they were surrounded and attacked by numerous opponents behind them. The Devil Lord and Helena were locked in a stalemate, while the strongest fighters from the 8 great families continued to face off against each other. None of them were ready to let an opponent from a rival sect get ahead of them. The strongest demon beasts and the younger generation from the 9 continents also kept up the pressure, attacking with their full strength. Man, woman, or beast, it was each fighter for themselves. After some time, there were many puddles of blood on the ground. Some talented young fighters had already lost their lives. Kahir decided it was time to act. "Nobody's going to slow me down," he muttered as he activated the golden wings of the great bird. In his hands, the heavenly sword released its strongest combat power. Suddenly he heard a voice shout,
"Hey, brat! Do you really think you're unstoppable?"
A young man with extraordinary divine abilities rushed over to stand in front of him, blocking his path. In his hand was a withered tree filled with netherworld light and emitting a terrifying power that distorted space. As Cahir looked straight into the eyes of Stefan, he felt his blood boil. There was no love lost between the two young men, and Cahir wasn't about to waste his time engaging in conversation. "Kill!" he shouted as he waved the heavenly sword. Stefan appeared unfazed.
"That's not a bad divine weapon, but this isn't like before. I have the heaven-shaking tree from my previous life, as well as other wood treasures. There's absolutely nothing you can do. I'm simply untouchable."
With the heaven-shaking tree, Stefan could easily resist Cahir's sword beams. The runes from the tree interwove to release wave after wave of brilliant runes, which suppressed the attacks of the heavenly sword. Cahir used the domineering sword technique, which he expected would do the trick against Stefan. But once again, his opponent managed to exceed his expectations. "That tree is quite powerful," he thought. "It may actually be stronger than the heavenly sword." Meanwhile, the fierce battle around them raged on. Countless young warriors lost their lives, and even the most talented of the elite fighters were struggling to get ahead. Gradually, though, the crowd was edging closer to the palace. As Cahir and Stefan kept fighting, the heavenly sword against heaven-splitting tree, they kept inching forward. Then, in the middle of the fierce battle, some people finally broke free and rushed through various doors of the palace in search of the great inheritance of the Thunderlord. Within the huge palace, many dense runes flickered. They were filled with an ancient aura that put instant fear in the hearts of the intruders. As more people got closer to the palace, they noticed something strange about its workings. Once someone entered a particular door, it was as if a seal was placed over that entrance, making it impossible for the next person to break in. Several young men and women who arrived at a previously unused door to the palace at the same time stopped and looked around at each other. Immediately, they seemed to reach an understanding. They put away their weapons and joined hands. After they successfully entered together, the entrance was locked. Back outside, others had noticed what was happening and began to gather with people from their family or sect. Unless they managed to enter in a group, they would soon be locked out and would miss their chance at obtaining the inheritance. As Cahir and Stefan approached one of the palace doors, they felt the ancient aura in the air. The golden aura in their bodies was immediately affected, and their attacks weakened. They stopped and glared at each other. Neither was willing to let the other gain access to the palace. While Cahir tried to figure out his next move, his attention was drawn to another door, where Torpin appeared to be in difficulty. He had just been attacked by a talented young man, and he was being pushed back. "Kill!" the young man shouted as he released another attack on Torpin. Cahir couldn't stand it any longer. He gave up on his standoff with Stefan and darted to Torpin's aid, landing right in front of him. Then, without skipping a beat, he slashed with the heavenly sword, beheading the young man. "Go on in," he told Torpin, "but be careful." By the time he turned back, he saw that Stefan had already entered the palace, sealing down another door. The building that Stefan had entered was the largest of the whole palace. Cahir imagined it was the most likely place the Thunderlord would have left his inheritance. A grateful Torpin flapped his wings and rushed inside. Once again, a restriction was activated. The window for accessing the Thunderlord's treasures was closing. Meanwhile, the battle raged on around the plaza, which was heavily spattered with fresh blood. Cahir watched as the Devil Lord and Helena entered the palace's largest and most imposing hall. It was pure coincidence that at the same time, Lysandra and the King Demon Tiger went through one of the other doors. Taking advantage of the chaos, Charlie and Arissa had already slipped away unnoticed. Cahir had stopped fighting. He stood in the sky above the plaza, watching the younger generation of geniuses fighting each other, when gold rippled in his eyes, as if he had had an epiphany. Training relies on the physical body, but also determination, and inheritances are left behind by others. Although treasures are invaluable, they're ultimately complementary and cannot strengthen the body, he reasoned. My father has already obtained the inheritance of the Thunderlord, so why should I keep fighting for it? Even if I obtain the abilities and treasures of the Thunderlord, What does it actually mean? If the Thunder Lord's inheritance is passed on to me, it would be beneficial for sure. But does that mean that my own talents are inferior to the Thunder Lord's? As he watched the elite of the younger generation fighting intensely and chasing after the paths left by others, his eyes lit up. Even if I could obtain great benefits in a short time, surpass my peers and rise quickly, is this really the best path for me? He wondered. As far as he knew, the disciples of the younger generation of the 9 great families weren't the strongest, but they had still come to fight for the Thunder Lord's inheritance, so that the great opportunity wouldn't be passed on to someone else. They were risking their lives for only a small chance of success. I have the path of the golden-winged bird, but my physical body is not yet at its peak, and I still have a lot to learn about divine skills and abilities. My pulse soul has yet to advance to a deeper level, and there are still divine powers within the wild space that I haven't even begun to understand. Kahir debated with himself as his gaze swept across the plaza and the ongoing competition between the geniuses and his peers. He was dismayed by how many talented geniuses had been injured or perished. I have my own path, so why should I fight for the Thunder Lord's inheritance? He thought. Why should I follow another's path when it's not for me? Finally, he smiled. The golden wings of the great bird on his back withdrew, and the heavenly sword entered his divine force. With a shake of his purple robe, he turned and sped away without a backward glance. Alice had been among those watching in the crowd. She hadn't been watching the fighting, but had been sizing up Kahir from afar the whole time. She watched as he left the residence through the Thunder Rune. Her eyes lit up, and she muttered softly, "If he continues to fight without being defeated, he'll be recognized as a supreme saint. Kelvin, you're afraid he'll fight to the end, but I fear your concern is misplaced. You don't need to worry about him." As soon as Alice finished speaking, she quietly stood up and left. In the ancient palace, the walls, pillars, and halls were engraved with mysterious runes. The Devil Lord appeared, looked around, and muttered, "This sacred art dates back to the ancient times. It's truly momentous, but it won't affect my path. I can comprehend it." With that, he sat down cross-legged and began studying the sacred art. Not far away, many lifelike divine bird runes carved on a huge stone wall in an ancient hall flickered, and it seemed like a supreme saint's aura pervaded the air as it assaulted one's eternal spirit. As Helena looked around at everything inside the palace walls, her eyes brimmed with joy. "I never imagined that the Thunder Lord had a sacred art that had been lost for so long," she murmured softly. The great battle in the Thunder Lord's residence gradually subsided. Although it remained intense, many top experts had already slipped away to different palaces to comprehend various techniques. Some people had obtained great treasures and continued to participate in the battle in secret. Many young experts were still trapped within the Thunder Rune's restrictions, unable to break out to gain access to the residence. Suddenly, Kahir appeared outside the Thunder Rune and flew off into the sky. He had no desire to fight. He had his own plans. Some time later, Kahir appeared in a vast hidden canyon. Deep within the canyon was the ancient building where he had fought the Devil Lord. He wanted a quiet place to train, and he had remembered this palace, which had already been stripped of its treasures. He didn't think he would be disturbed there. Kahir entered the palace. He recalled how, on his first visit, he had only discovered a few supreme artifacts. He sized up the building once again, and remembered how, when he had entered before, he had sensed something unusual. This time he could feel nothing. "I need to rest. I can't give up my own path for the sake of the Thunder Lord's inheritance," he thought resolutely. But a trace of fear lingered. He had become increasingly impatient to compete for the Thunder Lord's inheritance, and had almost veered off his path. He was glad he had seen the error of his ways. He would rather leave the treasures to others, as long as he could come to this secret hidden place for some peace and quiet. He felt despondent as his thoughts turned again to how many geniuses of the younger generation had fallen, fighting for the benefits and treasures of the inheritance. He sighed as he considered that the older generation had also experienced their share of casualties. Recalling the battles in the Thunderlord's residence, he had to admit that, in the end, the contestants had revealed a terrifying amount of extraordinary power and strength in the fight for the treasure. Cahir had been shocked to his core. However, he believed the strongest generation among the 9 great families had yet to emerge. I haven't truly reached the peak of my generation. Rather than fighting for treasures and coveting the inheritances of others, I might as well follow my own destiny, he thought. Alone in the palace, Cahir began to relax. He felt that he had gotten increasingly angry and lost over time, losing his will and almost abandoning his own goals. He intended to remain in this ancient region to train for a good while and wait for Charlie, Arissa, the King Demon Tiger, Torpin, and the others to come out of the Thunderlord's residence. Inside the palace, Cahir found the ordinary old prayer mat that Charlie had tossed aside. He picked it up, walked across the hall, sat cross-legged on the mat, and began to adjust himself to prepare to comprehend everything about his body. His pulse soul, golden-winged bird skills, domineering sword technique, domineering fist technique, star energy, and all sorts of beast powers and symbols all required time to comprehend. Any one of these divine abilities and skills was, on its own, capable of unimaginable chaos, and together they made Cahir nearly unstoppable. Ever since he had left Dandelion City, he had led the way in suppressing his peers in the central region. In the Heavenly Wastelands, he had killed both Prince Leroy and many members of the Holden family, and by doing so, he had struck terror in the heart of the 9 continents. Cahir settled down in the quiet ancient palace and focused on comprehension, his body wrapped in golden light and an intimidating aura. His pulse soul, star energy, domineering fist technique, and all kinds of beast energy required careful study. Time passed slowly. Occasionally, the golden-winged bird and its phantoms shone with a golden light behind Cahir's back, and occasionally, flashes of starlight sparkled as if he were within a galaxy, and his 5-finger mountain pulse soul could sometimes be seen among billowing purple flames. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Cahir had been so completely preoccupied with his own comprehension that he was unaware of what had been happening outside. Not long after he had begun his intense studies, people had started to get expelled from the Thunder Shrine. Eventually, even the elite of the younger generation had been kicked out, and those from the great families had been no exception. Some had been happy with the benefits they had obtained, whereas others had been disappointed. Many had never even managed to break through the restrictions of the Thunder Rune to enter the residence. Eventually, the vast palace within the Thunder Shrine had started to crumble, the runes had shattered, and overpowering lightning had wreaked havoc and destruction. Finally, the sealed space had closed and the Thunder Shrine had vanished into thin air. In the space where the Thunder Shrine had stood, everyone was discussing it enthusiastically. Did anyone obtain the Thunderlord's inheritance while inside the Thunder Shrine? If so, who was it? Have you noticed that Kelvin has disappeared? Did he even go inside the Thunder Shrine?
How come I don't see Cahir? Do you think he's okay?
Within the ancient Sky Sect group, Freya was worried. She went to search the crowd of 7 Stars Hall members to look for Cahir, but he was nowhere to be found. Ralph, Tarkin, and even Leland were starting to get concerned.
Arissa, we can't stay here forever. Come on, it's time to go, Zeke said gently.
Arissa had waited outside the Thunder Shrine for 3 days. During that time, most experts from the 9 continents had already left.
You need to leave. Cahir will be fine,
Ralph assured her.
Okay,
she replied with a nod. She knew that just hanging around waiting would be no use to Cahir. She would be in a much better position to help him when she was stronger, and training with Leanne would help her accomplish that. Charlie stood on Zeke's shoulder.
I also want to go back to your sect. There are many benefits waiting for me there, he said.
It was rare for Charlie to be so sensible, but recently he had also felt pressure in the outside world. Although strong with exceptional skills, when he had been chased by Prince Leroy, it had frightened him. He wanted to properly comprehend his abilities, so he would be able to take on any opponent.
You want to go as well?
asked Arissa, and she raised her eyebrows.
It's not a problem if you want to come too. The family elders said they'll welcome you anytime you want to visit, said Zeke.
The elders had told him that if he returned with Charlie, he would earn their respect, although this had made him suspicious.
Why would they care so much about a red monkey? Surely they weren't serious, he had thought.
Charlie turned to the king demon tiger.
Why don't you come along too? You can also spend some time studying.
The king demon tiger looked at Lysandra, who was standing beside the leopard lord, and then nodded. He wanted to accompany Charlie and Arissa. Arissa, Charlie, and the king demon tiger joined Zeke and the others on the strange bird a moment later, and then they shot across the sky like a streak of lightning and disappeared. Meanwhile, Quinn was beside himself with worry.
Why hasn't Cahir emerged yet? He said. He's so unpredictable. He escaped the vicious land unscathed, and he even survived tearing out his own heart. But something might get the better of him. Or perhaps he's obtained a great opportunity inside the Thunder Shrine.
Darwin was much more relaxed about the situation. He glanced around and said,
We've been gone a while now. We should return to the central region. Some disciples might have obtained some good opportunities, but we need to go back and study them carefully.
Once the ancient Skysect disciples left, the number of people in the heavenly wastelands fell dramatically, and peace descended once more. The Seven Stars Hall disciples left a few days later. Everyone seemed to have the same idea, and once the Thunder Shrine had vanished, there didn't seem to be any point in hanging around. Inside the peace and quiet of the ancient palace, time stood still, and Cahir was blissfully unaware of all that had happened while he had remained immersed in his comprehension, trying to understand all the profound mysteries, his pulse soul, the domineering sword technique, the domineering fist technique, and even the golden-winged bird's abilities. These were just some of the many benefits and insights he had gained during his battles. Runes began to appear from within the ancient palace. Electric arcs spread out, and the surroundings turned to nothing. Even the ordinary prayer mat on which Cahir sat was suffused with lightning. The runes flickered as if they were about to explode, releasing an aura from ancient times. Phoenix tattoos began to spread all over Cahir's body and activated his Thunderbolt bloodline. Lightning covered his body, giving him the appearance of a purple spirit snake shuttling back and forth. Lightning filled the sky, and in his mind, Cahir saw a foreign land. Through a veil of lightning, he witnessed the birth of a child in a small family. As the baby was born, lightning filled the sky from all directions. The child grew up and fought the human experts of various families, and then went on to fight demon beasts and evil spirits. He proved himself invincible until the day he found himself besieged by countless experts. Through the veil of lightning, Cahir witnessed that person's life unfold, including his training experience, comprehension of thunder power, and the mindset required to break through the martial arts levels. He was immersed in all these things, unable to extricate himself until it was as if he hadn't just watched that life, but had lived it himself. Suddenly, Cahir had memories and insights from another life, the life of a powerful expert that could send fear into the hearts of every living being the world over. So many memories were difficult to process and would take a very long time, but the benefit was that Cahir resolved some of his comprehension difficulties and pushed through some bottlenecks in his training. It particularly helped him with thunder power comprehension. A year passed, during which time Cahir immersed himself completely and changed to such a degree that it was like he had undergone reincarnation. When he came out of his meditative state, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in his mind, likely left behind by an eternal spirit power. The figure was male and slender, but gave the impression of power, and his entire body was covered in lightning. On closer inspection, his eyes rippled with lightning, as if electricity were flowing through them.
I never believed anyone would make it this far. Everyone just wants to walk their own path. This means that I didn't leave everything behind in vain.
As the man spoke, his aura rippled out from his body, and the space around trembled uncontrollably. Then, as if he could read Cahir's mind, he said,
This is what remains of my inheritance. Eventually, I'll disappear into the void. I've left behind 2 inheritances. The first has already been claimed by the best candidate, who has a deep understanding of thunder power. You have also obtained my approval and will receive my second inheritance."
The vision paused and then continued.
"The second inheritance is something a bit different. I don't want anyone to take the path I took or walk in my footsteps. It would be too difficult to surpass me. I hope to find someone who can persevere on their own path, and you're that person. The inheritance you'll receive from me is a testament to my lifetime of comprehension and will serve as your reference. You must still walk your own path, but how high you go will depend on you."
The voice faded away, and the vision disappeared from Cahir's mind as quickly as it had appeared. When Cahir came to, he opened his eyes, and 2 lightning bolts shot out from his pupils. Was that really the Thunderlord? Cahir wondered in awe. And then he shuddered when he realized that the vision had been a message from the man's eternal spirit. It was incredible that it had survived from the primal era to the present day. So what I saw was the life of the Thunderlord, he thought, thinking of the powerful expert's life he had watched unfold through the vision. He understood that he had obtained a lifetime's worth of the Thunderlord's comprehension, which, although lengthy, still seemed incomplete. Much had been lost, but despite that, Cahir had obtained a priceless treasure. "Thank you, sir," Cahir said as he stood up. He realized that the first part of the Thunderlord's inheritance had been passed on to his father, so he was doubly grateful to the Thunderlord. Cahir then sat on the prayer mat and bowed 3 times toward the ancient hall. He appeared neither humble nor arrogant, but respectful. "Not bad, kid," said the voice of the Thunderlord. "You're not ungrateful or spineless like many of your generation. Today I'll give you one more thing. My divine armor and weapons were included in the first part of my inheritance, and I hope that someone will use them again one day to achieve more than I have. But there's something that's not included in my inheritance. It won't affect your training, and it's no use in thunder power comprehension. This object cannot be used as a weapon, but it can protect your eternal spirit from destruction," he continued. "The purple lightning lotus accompanied me during my lifetime of comprehension, but today I will let it find a new owner. Whether or not it will willingly recognize you as its master will depend on your abilities. No ordinary person will have a future with it." When he heard the familiar voice, Cahir was stunned for a moment. And then, before he could regain his senses, the prayer mat he was sitting on suddenly lit up with electric arcs. Lightning flashed out of the mat like a blossoming flower, and it soon transformed into a lotus. Cahir looked in astonishment at the beautiful lotus flower beneath him. It was violet, emanated ripples of lightning, and had 9 petals. It was sparkling and translucent, and when Cahir took a closer look, he saw that it was made from the most perfect purple spirit jade. An arc of lightning undulated above the lotus and made Cahir's eternal spirit tremble. Within the lotus was a seat, smooth and spotless, surrounded by mist and an ancient aura. Cahir sensed that the purple lightning lotus was devouring the energy around it, as it caused the energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate. Purple lightning and electric arcs lifted him high up into the air, and his eternal spirit began to feel slightly numb. "The purple lightning lotus wants to leave," he thought in shock. It was struggling to escape his control, unwilling to be bound by him. Cahir was surprised to realize that he couldn't simply obtain the lotus. His body rippled with lightning, but when the lightning got close to the lotus, it was devoured. It had no effect on the purple lightning lotus whatsoever. The aura of the purple lightning lotus erupted with a booming sound, and the surroundings roiled and released frightening thunder power. It was enough to destroy an ordinary martial sovereign stage expert, but Cahir was no ordinary expert. His thunderbolt bloodline fluctuated, appeared all over him, and began devouring the strands of thunder power. His thunderbolt bloodline then enveloped both him and the purple lightning lotus, preventing its escape as Cahir attempted to suppress it. Just then, the purple lightning lotus transformed into shining purple lightning that shot forward to the center of Cahir's brow and straight into the inner temple in his mind. Inside his eternal spirit, the silver soul thunder shot out. Meanwhile, Cahir's inner temple was filled with his spirit root, which was like a spider's web that covered everything. When it sensed the silver soul thunder's aura, the purple lightning lotus began to spin in Cahir's inner temple, emitting an aura that faintly resembled the aura of the silver soul thunder. When the lotus felt the aura of the silver soul thunder, it gradually weakened. Bound by Cahir's thunderbolt bloodline outside and by his spirit root inside, the purple lightning lotus eventually stopped struggling. Cahir seized the opportunity to place his eternal spirit seal on the purple lightning lotus so that it recognized him as its master. Once complete, the lotus began to spin in Cahir's inner temple. Cahir's eternal spirit sat on the purple lightning lotus, and as the waves of the purple lightning flooded out, they transformed into thunder power runes. Surging energy flowed continuously into his eternal spirit and strengthened it as if it had merged with the silver soul thunder. In the ancient palace, Cahir sat cross-legged once again, immersed in the comprehension of the purple lightning lotus as his eternal spirit absorbed its energy. After that, he continued with his comprehension of thunder power, and before he knew it, another year had passed. A total of 2 years had passed since the battle for the Thunderlord's inheritance in the heavenly wastelands. During that time, many of the younger generation of experts who had benefited from the Thunder Shrine had risen swiftly, and their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was particularly true of the 12 heroes, whose names were feared in all 9 continents. Layla from the Cloud Continent, Warren from the Peaceful Continent, Tyler from the Springlands, and all the other experts were far ahead of their peers. It was rumored that within the Thunder Shrine, the battle between Stefan and Cahir had been evenly matched, and that Stefan had benefited from the Thunder Shrine. Stefan was also an expert in the reincarnation technique of the Blue Wolves, so he had the memories and profound insights from his previous life. Many people considered it likely that Stefan had surpassed Cahir, as the reincarnation method gave him a huge advantage in comprehending the profound mysteries of the world. When Cahir didn't appear after so long, people began to talk. Some even started to wonder whether he had died in the Thunder Shrine. However, few truly believed that he had perished. After all, Cahir had performed extraordinary feats many times over the years. One of his many accomplishments was killing Prince Leroy of the Dragons in the Heavenly Wastelands, although some feared that the dragons would turn up at the Jade Empire and Seven Stars Hall to seek revenge and eliminate Cahir's supporters. Although 2 years had passed, and there was no sign of the dragons anywhere, some still believed it might happen, and their discussions reflected this. The grasslands is the land of the dragon race, and the 9 continents are the domain of humans. If dragon experts were to cross into human territory, humans would have no choice but to counterattack. Yes, but I think if the dragons could enter the 9 continents unimpeded, they would already be here by now. I don't think they can come and go wherever they please, not without setting off alarm bells. There are measures in place to prevent an invasion like that. It was common knowledge that under the governance and protection of Seamus, Patrizia, Jared, Aurora, Caleb, and the other world warriors, the Jade Empire had long controlled its territories and earned its status as a great nation. With so many experts guarding the Jade Empire, people believed it was likely no one would risk provoking them again. The home realm was a vast land where many famous strong practitioners had once emerged. At its center was a mysterious sealed space called the Vicious Land. There was a similar place in each of the 9 continents, and each bore the same name. The legends about the Vicious Lands were all the same. It was said that long ago in the primal era, heaven and earth had been in turmoil. All living beings had been engaged in what had seemed like an eternal conflict, until one day, a power expert had descended and sealed the battlefields, leaving behind a divine cauldron in each sealed space to suppress all the evil spirits. The seal on each vicious land could only be broken once every 30 years, when people were permitted to enter and purge the lands of evil spirits, while at the same time gaining endless opportunities. If the evil spirits reached a certain point, the seal would shatter, and the surrounding area would be annihilated and turned into a devil realm. At all other times, the vicious lands were deserted and eerily quiet. On the outskirts of the home realm was a barren and desolate mountain, from which the faint glow of lightning emitted a chilling aura. It was a dark, cloudless night with no moon, but the stars were bright. Suddenly, gray clouds began to gather, and they soon covered the entire sky. The air began to rumble as loud as an earthquake, and high up above a huge crack appeared in the clouds, revealing 2 enormous eyes and a rush of evil energy. Black mist billowed and filled the sky, and the eyes exuded an intense aura as if all the evil in the world had gathered there at that moment. The moment the eyes slowly opened, revealing a dark golden color devoid of life, the ground below cracked, lakes surged, and the tide rose high into the sky. Clouds gathered and swirled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Suddenly, violet lightning appeared on the cracked ground, and a demonic hand emerged from the depths of the earth before clutching a violet lightning cauldron overflowing with lightning. The demonic hand and eyes converged mid-air and disappeared into the sky, and the evil aura vanished with it. The home realm returned to normal when the moon reappeared, shining brightly. Meanwhile, in the light realm, specks of starlight covered the entire sky, illuminating every corner of the earth. The ethereal light fluttered like silver muslin in a gentle wind, and it was a beautiful sight. Then suddenly, in the middle of the night, dark clouds gathered above the vicious land in the light realm, and a pair of demonic eyes appeared with a monstrous aura. Lightning flashed, thunder cracked, and demonic hands appeared just as they had in the home realm, reaching for a violet lightning cauldron from which violet electric arcs shot out. When the body of the demonic creature fully emerged, along with a 12-leaf black lotus, it was followed by an illusory figure made of lightning that seemed weak but surged with power. The lightning figure wrapped around the violet lightning cauldron, and the tides rose, the earth shook, mountains shifted, and rivers flowed backward. The demonic creature sat on the 12-leaf black lotus, and with its eyes tightly closed, it slowly transformed into a tall and majestic figure, enveloped entirely in an evil aura, and it was as if a demon had been awakened. The earth trembled and emitted a low cry, while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky among dark, undulating clouds, and it was like beasts were battling their way out from the underworld. The sky turned black, and the lightning figure flashed between the brows of the demonic creature. In the next moment, the demon opened his eyes, which were both lifeless, yet at the same time seemed able to summon all evil spirits to submit. The black lotus radiated light, and black runes filled with a destructive aura swirled around it.
"You weren't able to trap me after all,"
the demon roared, his voice deep and powerful, as if straight from the depths of hell. The evil energy in the world began to gather, and it was as though the demon was determined to turn the light realm into a devil realm. Then he snatched the violet lightning cauldron, turned, and sped off on the 12-leaf black lotus. Inside the vicious land, a murderous aura filled the sky, and hordes of evil spirits emerged. The peaceful continent, Orchidia, the Kinglands, the Cloud Continent, the Springlands, and the River Continent all overflowed with evil energy that night as well. Amid the thunder and lightning in each of the vicious lands, a demonic creature emerged and stole a violet lightning cauldron. With the suppression of the violet lightning cauldrons gone, evil energy overflowed into the heavens, and evil spirits surged out in all directions, wailing like ghosts and gods. Mist shrouded the mountain peaks, and spiritual herbs grew on the valley slopes.
"A great calamity is about to befall us. It is the will of the heavens. No one can stop it,"
echoed a cold and clear voice from the top of the mountain. A beautiful woman in her 40s stood in the valley, raised her head, and looked toward the sky. She was dressed simply in an elegant dress and had a noble aura. Suddenly, a ray of light shot toward the woman and turned into a messenger stone. She gazed at it nervously, and as she read the 4 names, one in particular caught her eye. She was silent for a moment, and then she looked up to the sky again. She held the stone in her hand and formed a hand seal, leaving a name on the stone. Then she wrapped her hand around the stone and it disappeared. A faint sigh was heard in the sky, and the voice continued, "Beware the evil spirits. The 9 continents are in chaos. The great calamity is coming, and catastrophe is about to strike heaven and earth." In the ancient palace inside the Thunder Shrine, Kahir's entire body was enveloped in lightning, and he was surrounded by the energy of heaven and earth. The energy flowed steadily into the space between his eyebrows, and finally gathered in his inner temple, where his eternal spirit sat cross-legged on his purple lightning lotus, wrapped in its warm energy, while the silver soul thunder absorbed the spirit force from the purple lightning lotus, helping his eternal spirit grow stronger. After a long time had passed, Waves began to emit from Kahir's inner temple that grew increasingly intense. The final wave, invisible to the naked eye, quietly left through the space between Kahir's brows, charged through the palace gate, and spread across the valley sky. As the waves spread out, undulating continuously, the energy of heaven and earth began to roll like stormy seas. Inside his inner temple, as the energy of heaven and earth gathered, Kahir's eternal spirit and purple lightning lotus pressed together and made a deeper connection. The aura was already terrifying, and it was getting stronger. Finally, a low, deep sound came from the old palace, and the energy of heaven and earth began to fight back against it, causing it to shake and sway. Invisible energy shot out from between Kahir's eyebrows, and spirit force surged like a tidal wave and soared into the sky. In the valley stood a beautiful young woman. She had sensed Kahir's extraordinary spirit force, and her face was filled with shock.
"It seems he's an 8-star spirit talisman master. Such power! That's impressive," she said. "But I wouldn't expect even an 8-star spirit talisman master to have a spirit force so terrifying," she thought.
Dazzling white divine light filled the sky, releasing a wave of silver electric arcs, and the vast and boundless eternal spirit power spread out like a storm. If there had been another 8-star spirit talisman master anywhere nearby, even they would have been afraid in the presence of Kahir's eternal spirit. Not only was it terrifying, but it contained an ancient aura that was accompanied by the silver soul thunder and a fearsome spirit root. The young woman in the valley remained frozen in shock. Kahir's eternal spirit power lingered in the air for just a little while longer before it gradually disappeared. Everything returned to normal, and calm descended once more. Inside the ancient palace, Kahir sat cross-legged as he meditated, and his eternal spirit sat across from on the purple lightning lotus. His eternal spirit was wrapped in silver electric arcs and exuded an ancient aura. While it was accepted that an 8-star spirit talisman master could condense an eternal spirit, there were both strong and weak eternal spirits. Martial artists had always considered the eternal spirit to be something ethereal. Even an eternal spirit formed by an 8-star spirit talisman master was elusive. It was particularly difficult for them to operate outside the person's inner temple and maintain human form. So if any other 8-star spirit talisman masters had witnessed what Kahir had achieved, they wouldn't have believed it. Kahir's eternal spirit's eyes moved, and its pupils rippled with silver lightning, releasing a suffocating pressure. The purple lightning lotus wrapped into a ball the size of an apple and shot into the center of Kahir's forehead between his eyebrows. At that exact moment, Kahir squeezed his eyes shut and began to tremble gently. He sat cross-legged, still shaking slightly, as his eternal spirit around him faded away to nothing, and he opened his eyes. Silver lightning shot from his pupils and then rebounded back, fading away until his eyes were once more clear and bright. As he stood up, he sensed the changes in his inner temple and smiled. He hadn't expected the purple lightning lotus to provide such opportunities and allow him to make more progress along the talisman path. My eternal spirit sat on the purple lightning lotus in my inner temple, and they fused together, he thought. My eternal spirit became more powerful, and its aura more extraordinary. Kahir sensed a benevolent aura and thunder power from the purple lightning lotus, which would enable him to comprehend thunder power using half the effort for twice the results. Could it be that the purple lightning lotus is the third treasure of the Thunder Lord? He wondered. He had heard that the Thunder Lord had 3 treasures. Even his alcoholic father had been convinced of that fact. The first treasure was a weapon, the second protective armor, but the third had remained a mystery through the ages. Kahir considered whether the purple lightning lotus could be the third treasure. After all, even Charlie hadn't recognized that the ordinary prayer mat was actually a purple lightning lotus. Charlie was wrong this time, Kahir said with a smile, remembering how he had casually discarded the old prayer mat without a thought. I'd like to see the look on his face when I tell him the mat's one of the most powerful treasures in the Thunder Shrine, he thought, chuckling. Kahir flew out of the old palace and landed in the valley. He looked at a specific point in the sky and asked softly, Alice, have you been here the entire time? I've got nowhere else to go, a voice replied. I've been waiting for you for more than 2 years.
You've spent quite a lot of time in seclusion."
Alice emerged from within the valley, and then she appeared before Cahir, as beautiful as ever. As she examined Cahir, she was taken aback. She sensed a change in his temperament from 2 years ago. She suspected it had something to do with his eternal spirit, but couldn't be certain. Maybe it's the result of a breakthrough on the talisman path, she wondered, but it was only a wild guess. Has it really been 2 years? Cahir asked in surprise. He hadn't realized he had spent 2 years studying his body's powers and obtaining the purple lightning lotus. It was much longer than he had thought. His thoughts went to Arissa, Charlie, and the others. What's been happening? Where are the others? He asked Alice with a note of urgency. The Thunder Shrine should have closed a long time ago. It did, Alice said. I've got something that Kelvin left for me. It's related to the Thunder Shrine and allowed me to move about freely. She paused for a moment before asking, What are you going to do now? We have to leave here first, he said. But how do we get out of here? He frowned. It had been more than 2 years, and he had no idea what had happened in the outside world, so he needed to go and find out. It won't be hard for us to leave, said Alice. I've got something that will get us out. Good, said Cahir, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Is there any news about my father? Kelvin probably hasn't come out of seclusion yet. As for where he is, I don't know, she replied. Later, Cahir learned that Alice had also come to the heavenly wastelands to fight for opportunities. She had been trapped by an ancient array, but she had broken out of it when, by chance, she had encountered Cahir's father. He also learned that the Thunder Lord's inheritance could have been obtained by Kelvin any time. However, in order to lure people from the Holden family out in the open, hoping to see Talia, Kelvin had opened the Thunder Shrine. Opening the sealed space had attracted people from all 9 continents, the Beast Realm, and several great families. So it turns out that everything that happened in the heavenly wastelands was because of my drunken father, Cahir said with a bitter smile. He didn't imagine anyone would be happy to hear this news. 8 of the 9 continents were in chaos. Every vicious land other than the one in the central region had opened, and evil spirits had appeared everywhere like dancing devils. Many disciples from the major powers had descended to slay the evil spirits, but there were too many, and they multiplied at an alarming rate. It was simply impossible to control their number. Their power was also increasing. The top experts of the various sects were becoming wary and were too frightened to make a move. Evil spirits and the living beings in the world began to confront each other, and over time, many large cities and empires were turned into a devil realm. Only the central region remained unaffected, and no evil spirits appeared there. However, the unrest in the other 8 continents had urged the 9 great forces of the central region to be on their guard. In Dandelion City, multicolored lights suffused the air, a dragon aura lingered, and waves of the energy of heaven and earth shot into the sky like sun rays. In a quiet courtyard in the back of the Rosark Manor, Ralph suddenly became alert.
Someone has just arrived, and I'm afraid they've come with ill intentions, he muttered.
Beneath the setting sun, the space above Dandelion City suddenly began to distort, and soon afterward, dozens of people slowly stepped out from the warped space on the horizon and turned to head toward the royal palace. As the people descended, they were enveloped in the dazzling light of a constellation, radiating a fearsome ancient aura. A shout resonated from among the group of people shrouded in the light and echoed around Dandelion City. The voice was as deep as an enormous drum and deafeningly loud. Cahir, surrender yourself. In Dandelion City, Seamus, Jared, Aurora, Aiden, Syrian, Gilbert, Algernon, Joel, Dark Wolf, Phantom Shadow, Marisol, Sean, and the others flew out of the palace. They all looked at the dozens of people before them and sensed their powerful auras. I think they're from that terrifying family that attacked a few years ago, remarked Seamus. Aurora didn't know who those people were exactly, aside from the fact that they were related to Cahir's mother, but she knew that they were very powerful and very hostile, which set her on edge. She yelled out to them, Cahir isn't here, and we don't know when he'll be back. An old man from the hostile group stepped forward and replied, That's okay. We'll wait. There are other things we can do in the meantime. As soon as he had finished speaking, his claw imprint swept across the air, and he lurched toward Aurora. As the claw crashed down, violent energy ripples and runes surged, and a bright light covered the sky. Jared stepped in front of Aurora protectively. Although he knew that his opponent was strong, he wasn't afraid of him. "I'll take care of this." A lightning glow engulfed his body, and an electrifying aura erupted. Monstrous thunderbolts exploded, causing Dandelion City to flash with lightning. He prepared his fist and activated his Thunderbolt bloodline. Everything was enveloped with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the fist and claw clashed fiercely. Suddenly, a deafening sound boomed out from high up in the sky. The overwhelming energy from the runes flooded out and filled the area, causing the whole city to tremble. Amid the overflowing force, Jared was sent flying backward. He managed to stabilize himself, but the blow had injured him, and he began to bleed. Aurora rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" He wiped the blood away from the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up straight and defiant. "It's nothing." The old man from the hostile group staggered back a step, and his eyes were wide with panic. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. "What terrifying martial arts veins! It seems to be connected to the lightning. Even though he's only just reached the martial sovereign stage, he's able to withstand my attacks," he thought worriedly. The old man was at the perfection level of the martial sovereign stage, and without even using his full strength, he was usually able to subdue most of his peers at the same level. However, his attack seemed to be ineffective against Jared, and that confounded him. Jared's martial arts veins actually made him feel quite disoriented, and they definitely weren't ordinary. Jared retreated a little, and he saw someone emerge from behind the hostile group. "Ralph is here!" exclaimed an onlooker. Seeing Ralph come forward, Aurora and the rest gave a huge sigh of relief. "Ah, the illustrious array prodigy. If Kahir isn't here, you'll have to do. I hope you don't disappoint me," quipped the old man. As soon as he had finished speaking, he charged forward and pounced straight toward Ralph. Before Ralph could retaliate, a wild aura rippled out, distorting the air in Dandelion City. As if the aura had descended from the heavens, it froze the surrounding space. Then it immediately trapped the old man, causing a dazzling light to flash, and then a light pillar landed on top of the man like a ton of bricks. As the light pillar struck him, the old man plummeted down from the sky and crashed onto the ground below. The impact caused the earth and the mountains to shake, cracking and splitting the ground and rocks until they shattered completely. Ralph remained outwardly calm and collected, but on the inside his heart was pounding. "What a ruthless expert," he thought. Dozens of people from the Holden family were equally shocked and afraid. A foreboding voice echoed out. "The evil spirits were born out of the chaos of the 9 continents, and a disaster is approaching. The 9 violet lightning cauldrons need to be gathered, and the 9 great families need to perform their duty. Remember your vows, and you'll be spared great tragedy." Everyone looked at each other nervously. From the group of Holdens, someone rushed down to help the old man below, and then they all fled. Watching the dozens of experts fleeing in panic, the Dandelion City residents were perplexed. "What's going on? Who was that?" Ralph looked up into the sky. The sun was setting, and his body was bathed in a golden light. He turned to Seamus, who was next to him, and ordered, "Disperse." Over the mountain peaks, the night sky was filled with stars, and moonlight shrouded the area where a woman stood silently. She was in front of a courtyard on one of the peaks. Roused by the wind, her black hair flew about gently around her face. It was Zara. She stood staring at the starry sky and said, "Please, I need help." A voice appeared out of nowhere and replied, "Who are you talking to?" "Jericho, is that you?" she asked. "It's about Kahir. Did you know that he's killed a lot of people from the Holden family, as well as Prince Leroy? He's in a great deal of trouble now. The dragons and the Holden family haven't retaliated yet, but I know they're going to any day now, and I need you to help me watch over him." Her eyes glimmered in the moonlight, lending an air of magnificence to her. "You know we're not allowed to interfere in matters of the outside world. The elders have warned you many times," he reminded her. "I know, but I don't care. I can't let anything happen to him." Jericho was silent for a moment as he thought about how to respond. Then he said,
"Okay, I'll keep my eye on things, and I won't alert the elders."
Zara smiled gratefully.
"Thank you. I knew you'd help me."
"That little scamp is really quite impressive dealing with Prince Leroy and Hans like that. I'm really quite surprised," remarked Jericho.
"How else would he have gotten so far if he wasn't extraordinarily talented?"
There was a moment of silence again until she added,
"I haven't seen you for so long, Kahir. Once I break through to that level, I'll come to find you, okay?"
Deep in the heavenly wastelands, a resplendent light emerged from the night sky. The light converged and two people rushed out. One of them was a man in a purple robe, and the other was an enchanting woman. They were Kahir and Alice, and they had just left the Thunder Shrine.
"Where are we going now?"
asked Alice. Kahir frowned as he thought for a moment. The heavenly wastelands weren't close to the central region at all, so it would take ages to get back there. Their only option was to use a teleportation array.
"Let's head to Edgevault City to find a teleportation array. Then we can use that to get back to Dandelion City," he replied.
Alice nodded, and the two of them disappeared into the night sky with their golden auras beneath their feet. It was early in the morning in Edgevault City, and all was quiet. Once the Thunder Shrine had vanished, the crowds and many experts from the 9 continents had begun to slowly leave the city. But as Edgevault City was the only way to enter the heavenly wastelands, and was also the home to many trading companies, martial artists still gathered there and frequented its inns and markets, which meant that it was always somewhat lively. When Kahir and Alice arrived there, they set about finding information on any noteworthy happenings in the outside world. They managed to find out that the vicious lands of the 9 continents had been opened, and evil spirits were appearing all over. Many places had already turned into devil realms, causing bedlam across the land. Kahir was very concerned about the violet lightning cauldrons. If the evil spirits had broken out from the seals, he wondered what had become of the cauldrons. He remembered that the Lord of 3,000 Worlds had once said that if all 9 cauldrons fell into the hands of the evil spirits, the end of the world would be nigh.
"Are we done here?"
Alice asked, breaking him out of his reverie. "Yes. Let's go find those teleportation arrays."
"I have some bad news. The Edgevault City teleportation arrays have fallen into the hands of some powerful people, so I'm afraid we'll need to use our profound stones to access them,"
Alice told him. Kahir scoffed. "Okay, it doesn't matter, as long as we can still return to the central region." If teleportation arrays were so valuable, he wondered how valuable his entire body must be. Although Edgevault City was much quieter than it had been 2 years ago, the streets were still full of people. At least everything was as peaceful as always, as it was well known that disputes couldn't be settled there. If anyone caught even a slight whiff of trouble, the perpetrators would be surrounded and annihilated in an instant by the combined forces of the several great powers within Edgevault City. It hadn't been difficult for Kahir and Alice to track down information on the whereabouts of the teleportation arrays. They had been informed that they were all being dominated by a few of the great forces in the city. It wasn't just the teleportation arrays that they were controlling either. They were also controlling the trading companies and hoarding many of the spirit elixirs within the heavenly wastelands. It was evident that those sects were prominent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to gain control of all those benefits. The streets were noisy and bustling as the vendors yelled out to passers-by and to each other. And before they headed to the teleportation arrays, Kahir wanted to exchange some of his healing medicine and refining materials at a few trading houses and stalls. He also needed to take some spirit elixirs and training resources back to Dandelion City. Rare spirit elixirs, refining materials, and even some mysterious beast bones from the 9 continents could all be found within Edgevault City, and Kahir relished looking through all of the goods on offer. But eventually he had to tear himself away before he spent everything he had. An entire day had passed, and he had gathered a great deal of intel and gained many more treasures. At dusk, as the sun was setting in the west, Kahir and Alice finally left to find the teleportation arrays. They had been told that they were located outside of the city. As they left the city limits, a furtive group of individuals looked at each other cunningly like a pack of wolves that had just spotted some prey. They spread out and followed Kahir and Alice silently. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared and the night grew darker, the crafty individuals had lost track of their targets, so they regrouped within the mountain range. There were 6 of them in total, all men, and they were as intimidating as they came, especially the leader, who was a muscular man covered in rune tattoos. He exuded a particularly mean and vicious aura. "Where did they go?" he barked. But before anyone could respond, Cahir and Alice boldly appeared directly in front of them. "You guys have been following us for ages. Aren't you tired yet?" jibed Cahir. The 6 men jumped back in surprise. They were all seasoned martial artists, but it was most unusual for their targets to confront them so brazenly. In fact, it had never happened to them at all before. However, once they saw Cahir and Alice up close and realized how young they were, their panic dissipated quickly, and they were once again unruffled. It turned out that the group had been stalking them around Edgevault City all day after seeing how many valuables they were in possession of. But since they couldn't do anything inside the city, not wanting to break its strict laws, they had followed them to a place where they wouldn't be discovered. "Hand over your cosmic pouches now," growled the muscular man. They were far from the city by that point, and there was hardly anyone around, so it was a good time for them to make a move. Cahir smiled, amused by the 6 bandits before him. "You want me to give you my cosmic pouch, do you?" he said condescendingly. "I'll wipe that smile clean off your face, little boy," spat the muscular man. He didn't understand why the purple-robed youth wasn't afraid of him, and he began to feel very uneasy. The group of 6 bandits was a tough gang, and they would frequently rob people on the outskirts of the heavenly wastelands. "Place your cosmic pouch on the ground, and then you and your girlfriend can leave," instructed the man. Cahir smirked, and then with a flick of his purple robe, he released a powerful aura. The men in the group of bandits were a mixture of martial artists at the Inception level of the Martial Sovereign stage and the Edge level of the Martial Emperor stage, and there was even a 7-star Spirit Talisman Master. Given their obvious advantage, they were all perplexed by Cahir's defiance. One of them was a rather plump and short man, and he burst out laughing. "Oh, he thinks he's a big tough guy. He's probably from some small sect where everyone tells him how great he is." Another one of them was a skinny middle-aged man with shifty eyes. He was looking Alice up and down lecherously. "Kill the kid, but let's keep the girl alive and take her with us." Hearing that, Alice's eyes narrowed, and she walked toward the man. With a shake of her delicate hand, her golden aura surged. That skinny middle-aged man had never thought that such a sweet and innocent girl would be capable of making a move like that. He immediately reacted in defense. His energy exploded, and his golden aura surged forward. However, what that skinny middle-aged man didn't realize was that his martial arts level wasn't high enough for him to compete with someone like Alice, and the space around him convulsed. He tried in vain to fight back, but as he was only at the edge level of the Martial Emperor stage, he simply wasn't strong enough to resist, and his body exploded. Alice didn't stop with him. While the other 5 bandits were still frozen in shock, she sent forth a resplendent rune, which let off a blinding light, causing the 5 people to cower. "How is she doing this?" cried one of them. They too tried to fight back, activating their strongest abilities and engaging their pulse souls, but Alice was unfazed, and the bright rune she had sent out released a blazing pressure. It was as if a bright moon was falling from the sky, detonating the space and causing the ground to rumble. A series of low and deep explosions resounded like bombs. The surrounding space was shattered, and then the remaining 5 bandits' bodies exploded into blood fog. In just a short period, the 6 of them had been killed by Alice. Amid the explosions of blood fog, all of the cosmic pouches they had stolen fell into her hands. Cahir was completely flabbergasted watching her in action, and he realized that she had reached the edge level of the Martial Sovereign stage. The kind of martial arts training and strength she possessed was comparable with the strongest warriors like Warren, Layla, Hope, and Tyler, who were the top experts across the 9 continents. "All right, we can leave now," Alice said coolly. She appeared so calm and collected, as if nothing had just happened. Cahir laughed and shook his head incredulously, and they both continued on their journey. He had experienced countless hardships to be able to progress so far and reach his martial arts level, so he could only imagine what Alice must have been through to get where she was too. It wasn't long after that the two of them arrived in front of the teleportation arrays. The arrays could be used to get to any place within the 9 continents, but they consumed a lot of energy, so access to them came at a high price, high enough to bankrupt a martial emperor stage expert. However, to Kahir it wasn't a problem, just a small annoyance. He paid the controlling forces and they entered one of the arrays. Looking at the hazy light and the air around it, Kahir remembered what had happened to Scylla and felt ill at ease. "I really hope it doesn't collapse," he muttered. Teleportation arrays were risky. They were known to occasionally collapse if they weren't set up properly, and the consequences were dire when it happened. Alice heard Kahir's mutterings and smiled slightly. "So, sometimes you do feel afraid." "Of course. Teleportation arrays are no joke," he replied. Luckily for them, it was stable the entire time. When they exited, it was already early in the morning the next day. From a sign at the entrance, Kahir saw that the city they had arrived in was called Elysia. He had heard of it before and knew that it was quite far from the dark forest and located in the southwest of the central region. He also knew that Elysia was the Celestial Titan's territory. They were quite happy to stay there a while and gather intel before making their way to Dandelion City. As the morning progressed, the entire city began to wake up, and the streets were soon bustling. Alice strolled around contentedly and browsed all the accessories on offer. Kahir followed her, glad that they had managed to reach the central region. Even if he was a little bored, he didn't mind waiting for her as she shopped. As they went about their business, a dark aura flooded in over the city. Everyone on the streets craned their necks to look into the skies, and they all saw several people flying over. The people swooped down and landed in the streets of Elysia. Many hurried over to them and bowed in respect. "Welcome, elders." Following their arrival, many discussions instantly broke out in the streets and alleys. "They're the Celestial Titan's experts." "Did you hear what happened? Not long ago, a few youngsters of the Mortimer family found a demon lion making a breakthrough, and they attempted to seize its secret bone while it was distracted. However, in the end, the demon lion caught them and killed them, which infuriated older members of the family, and they sent out many experts to capture the beast. I heard that the demon lion was too strong, and things weren't looking great for the Mortimer family youngsters. It was only when their true experts arrived that they managed to overpower it. They've captured it and are going to gift it to the Celestial Titans. Someone told me that the demon lion is mutated and is now on par with the top demon beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. How foolish of them to give away such a great treasure to the Celestial Titans." "But they wouldn't have been able to keep it a secret, and the Celestial Titans would have demanded that they hand it over to them anyway. This way they can at least use it as an opportunity to curry favor with them." "That's what I heard too. I'll bet that's why they're here now, to retrieve the lion." Kahir and Alice were listening intently to all of the gossip, and they looked at each other as if they both had the same thought. A while later, away from the masses of people in a quiet inn, Kahir was trying to extract information from a waiter. He had offered him a rare pill in exchange for intel. "So, can you tell me everything you know about the Mortimer family?" he asked. The waiter spoke in hushed tones, and he was constantly looking around him to make sure nobody could hear him. "Well, several powerful experts occupy Mortimer Manor here in the city. One of the family's patriarchs was a supreme elder of the Celestial Titans once, so that's why they have such strong ties with them. And that's also why no one dares go against them." Kahir had also learned that the Mortimers were the most influential family in Elysia, as it was their ancestral land, and all of the forces in the city relied on them for survival. Content with what he had found out, Kahir handed the pill over to the waiter and sent him on his way. "Thank you. You may leave now." The waiter took the pill and scurried away. Several years' worth of wages still wouldn't afford him a pill of that grade, so he was extremely grateful for the extravagant form of a bribe. "Do you think that the demon lion they're talking about is the Thunder Ancestor?" asked Alice, thinking about the wise demon lion of Dandelion City, who had guarded the Bolton family for several hundred years. It was said that the wise demon lion, also known as the Thunder Ancestor, had left Dandelion City in search of new opportunities, but no one had heard anything about its whereabouts since. Kahir frowned. The wise demon lion had been a great ally to Kahir and his father. I'm not sure, but there's only one way to find out. Let's go pay a visit to the Mortimer family. If the Mortimer family really had captured the wise demon lion, Cahir knew he would have to intervene and help it out. But it wouldn't be an easy task. The majestic Mortimer family controlled several empires, and they had the same kind of power and influence as a royal palace. The whole city was under their thumb. After making their way through Elysia to find it, Cahir and Alice finally stood outside the imposing Mortimer Manor, where the Mortimer family resided. As they gazed upon the palatial building and all of its guards, they both felt a knot in the pit of their stomachs. As the two of them approached, they hadn't gotten very far before a young man named Eduardo, who was clad in armor, strode up to them and shouted, "Who are you?" His aura was overbearing, and Cahir and Alice had a feeling that all of the Mortimer family disciples were exceptionally strong.
"We heard that the Mortimer family has captured a demon lion, and we want to see it," Alice demanded.
"Who do you think you are, coming here and making demands?" he retorted, scowling at the pair.
"Trust me, you don't want to get in the middle of this," Alice warned.
She knew in her heart that the demon lion was most likely the Thunder ancestor, and she needed to see it. Eduardo burst into laughter and said, "Only members of the Mortimer family can see the demon lion. If you want to see it, then you'll just have to marry me. Maybe our future children will use it to strengthen their pulse souls." He found himself very attracted to Alice, and that was the only thing keeping him from attacking her, for no one was permitted to barge into the Mortimer Manor grounds like that. Alice was trying her best to keep a lid on her anger, but her patience was being pushed to its limits.
"Why are you making fun of me? I'm trying to be nice to you."
But Eduardo's fuse was much shorter than Alice's, and he quickly tired of the back and forth. "You can't charge in here and expect courtesy. I've had enough of this. Get out of here now." With that, he formed a hand seal and a palm imprint immediately flew toward Alice. Amid the chaos and confusion, people began to gather around to see what was happening. All they saw was a young man attacking a beautiful woman, but not managing to even get close before he was flung backward. Eduardo tumbled to the ground, coughing up blood. He was stunned and shaken by Alice's counterattack. He was only at the Marshal Duke stage, so of course he was no match for someone like her. The other guards yelled and quickly scrambled to jump in and defend the manor. Each of them rushed forth with their golden auras. "Quickly, alert the family's strongest warriors! If you trespass on Mortimer Manor grounds, you'll feel the Mortimer family's wrath." Alice's spirit energy burst forth, and an invisible undulation spread out in the air like a surging tide. Numerous young men at the Pulse Spirit stage were blasted away from the power. The Pulse stage spirit experts stood no chance against the pair of Marshal Sovereign stage experts. An alert had been sent to the Mortimer family that they were under attack, and a large group of people came running out toward Alice and Cahir. There were hundreds of them, and they lined up scowling in front of the two intruders. Before they engaged in battle, a lion's thunderous roar sounded out from behind the manor, and the energy of heaven and earth began to undulate. Everyone tensed up and got into position, ready to fight. A powerful and high-level leader, who seemed to be middle-aged, made his way to the front of the Mortimer family's army and asked, "Who are you both? Do you know who we are? Nobody trespasses here and lives to tell the tale."
"We demand to see the demon lion that you've captured,"
Alice repeated with a faint aura rippling from her body. Sensing her aura, the man grew wary. "A Marshal Sovereign stage hotshot, I see." Another voice interrupted their exchange. "Let me handle this." And a young man in embroidered clothes landed in front of the leader. The youth looked to be in his mid-20s. He was slim and handsome, with mysterious brown eyes. His name was Friedrich. When the middle-aged man saw Friedrich appear, he let out a sigh of relief and whispered to him discreetly, "What about your father, grandfather, and the other elders of the Celestial Titans? Don't worry, nothing is going to happen to the demon lion. My father, grandfather, and elders are all here to guard it." Friedrich looked at the injured Mortimer family youths and clenched his fists. He marched toward Alice and bellowed, "No one comes here and assaults the Mortimer family." But when he saw who was standing behind her, he came to an abrupt stop. He recognized the infamous purple-robed youth immediately, and the blood drained from his face. Everything came flooding back to him. He had been there in the vicious land of the central region years before, and had personally witnessed Cahir's tyranny. He had also heard that Cahir had entered the Thunder Shrine and obtained a great opportunity. Even though Cahir hadn't been seen for 2 years, everyone still spoke of him and his ruthlessness. And there he was, standing outside of Mortimer Manor. Friedrich was unable to blink, and couldn't even speak properly.
"You're—"
All of the Mortimer family's warriors were puzzled. They couldn't understand Friedrich's reaction. Cahir stepped forward and said, "Yes, I'm Cahir Rozark. The Mortimer family has captured a demon lion, and it might be related to me. We need to see it, so can you make that happen?" Friedrich knew that he would be unable to stop him. He heard stories of how Cahir had slaughtered Prince Leroy, who had been a descendant of a truth dragon and a warrior at the edge level of the Beast Sovereign stage. The Mortimer family had indeed captured a demon lion, and if it really was related to Cahir, he would be sure to take it with him. Friedrich decided that he would try to delay Cahir for as long as possible while the elders worked to control the captive beast.
"Wait a moment, and I'll go consult our elders."
He then scurried away to inform them of what was happening. Lion roars once again sounded out from behind Mortimer Manor. The noises were sharp and furious, and a monstrous electric arc mixed with a faint golden glow filled the sky, exuding a domineering aura. Other strange sounds could also be heard, and it seemed like a violent battle was taking place.
"That's him! I know it is!"
Cahir yelled. He looked toward where the commotion seemed to be coming from, and sensed the familiar aura, which was also connected to the golden-winged bird. And he knew there and then that it was undoubtedly the wise demon lion of Dandelion City. He tore past the army and rushed after Friedrich. Alice didn't hesitate to follow him.
"Here we go!"
In a vast plaza behind the manor, a flurry of runes enveloped the entire area, and there stood an almighty demon lion. Its entire body was covered in a golden light as it was being suppressed by 3 martial sovereign stage experts working together. They had managed to bind it tightly within a talisman array. The demon lion roared, and the energy of heaven and earth flew in from the sky, rushing into its body and causing its energy to become stronger and stronger.
"That demon lion is so peculiar. It keeps mutating. It's too strong."
"It wants to continue to make breakthroughs, and if it succeeds, we won't be able to control it anymore."
"Let's give it everything we've got."
The 3 martial sovereign stage experts took action, and the runes stirred wildly. The light in the space was blinding as they worked to subdue the beast. The demon lion roared, and electric arcs erupted from its body. It continued to growl ferociously, causing the ground to rumble. The demon lion's sonic wave was like a tsunami, rolling up and down. Terrifying electric arcs moved with golden light as if they were striking the shore with crashing waves, and the bright lights exploded as the beast resisted the attacks and the talisman array's suppression. The plaza was smashed into pieces, and some of the huge rocks were blasted apart, turning into fine powder. If not for the presence of the talisman array, the surrounding area would have been destroyed long ago. Although demon lions were some of the most powerful beasts around, during their breakthroughs they were particularly vulnerable. The 3 martial sovereign stage experts were also extremely powerful. One was at the mystery level, the other was at the edge level, and the last one was at the perfection level. The 3 experts had deliberately captured the demon lion alive. Otherwise, it would have been dead long ago. The creature roared violently, its eyes overflowing with anger and its pupils surging like a sea of lightning. Under the joint attack from the 3 experts, the demon lion's aura became weaker and weaker as they worked to prevent it from making the breakthrough. They finally managed to stop it, and the expert who was at the perfection level erupted with resplendent runes that suppressed everything around them. They surged toward the demon lion, causing space to distort and subduing the beast completely. At that moment, a golden light pillar descended from the sky, and it swept toward the perfection level expert.
"Who's there?"
he yelled. He spun around to see where the attack was coming from, and the runes that he had released were forming a light barrier in front of him. The light pillar crashed into the light barrier and broke through, causing the runes to dissipate and the expert to stagger backward. The other 2 experts and other martial artists stood frozen in shock as they saw a purple-robed youth appear above the plaza. Cahir wasn't staring back at them, though. He was looking at the talisman array in the plaza. "Talisman arrays, huh?" he muttered to himself. And then he formed a hand seal, and a group of more than 20 phoenix tattoos surged out, landing on the plaza. As they landed, the array flags were forcefully pulled out, the talisman arrays were uprooted, and the bright runes shot into the sky and shattered. Cahir turned to look at the majestic lion. Bound in lightning and shrouded in a golden glow, it was definitely the wise demon lion from Dandelion City. "We've come to save you. Proceed with your breakthrough and leave the rest to me," he told it. Alice descended onto the plaza and bowed to the lion. Her pitch-black eyes glimmered with the reflection of all the explosions. "We're here to free you, Thunder Ancestor." The demon lion spoke.
"Finally. I thought help would never arrive."
Its voice was full of tyrannical vigor. Without the talisman arrays to suppress it any longer, the demon lion's body suddenly expanded, and it transformed into an enormous beast, towering over everybody. Violent energy fluctuations and pressure spread out. Its energy rose up once again as it continued to break through. A golden light flashed, and the sky above the city began to rumble with the sound of thunder. More people rushed out to help. The 3 martial sovereign stage experts were dumbfounded and unsure what to do. They had sensed how powerful Cahir and Alice were, and they didn't dare attack them. A man rushed over to the 3 experts and whispered something to them, causing them to appear even more concerned.
"So, that boy in the purple robes is the young hallmaster of 7 Stars Hall? Why has he come here today? Is it because of our relationship with the ancient Sky Sect?" one of them asked. Another martial sovereign stage expert, who seemed to be a similar age to the other 3, overheard the whispers, and he walked up to Cahir indignantly. Cahir still wasn't interested in the others at that moment. When the man stepped before him and opened his mouth to speak, Cahir cut him off straight away and said, "I'll come find you to settle that grudge later, but if you'd rather I raze your manor and family to the ground right now, please continue." Cahir's words had his desired effect, and the old man backed off. He had heard all about Cahir's antics, and how he had so brazenly killed 2 dragons, so he realized it would be folly to try to stop him. The expert at the perfection level of the martial sovereign stage, who had been knocked back by Cahir a moment before, stepped forward and said, "Cahir, allow me to introduce myself, please. I'm Gerwin of the Celestial Titans, and I'm an inner court elder. I've heard many great stories about you. Now I think there has been a grave misunderstanding here. We didn't realize that the demon line was related to you. Can we try to find a peaceful way to resolve this?" The other elder, Reuben, who was at the edge level, yelled in objection. "Gerwin, stop! The demon lion is a rare treasure whose blood essence would lead to more breakthroughs for the Mortimer family and other great things." "A misunderstanding. That's all this is, okay? Can we please forget about it?" Gerwin urged as he pushed past Reuben. Gerwin knew that they had no choice but to relinquish the beast, as Cahir wasn't an easy opponent to deal with, especially with the backing of 7 Stars Hall. "We'll talk about this after the Thunder Ancestor breaks through," replied Cahir distractedly. His focus was still solely on the lion. It had been trapped, surrounded, and attacked, and if Cahir had gotten there just a minute later, he dreaded to think what would have happened. Cahir sensed Gerwin's desperation, so he didn't wish to make things too difficult for him, but he felt very angry about what the 3 experts had been doing to the wise demon lion. Gerwin frowned. He had heard from the other elders of the sect about Cahir's power and all that he had achieved at such a young age. They often spoke about how he was possibly the strongest of his generation in all of the 9 continents. Meanwhile, in the middle of the vast plaza, the demon lion's energy didn't waste any time before climbing to the extreme. After a short pause, amid the golden lightning that filled the sky, the energy surged, and he stepped into a new level. The gigantic demon lion hovered in the air, opening its gigantic mouth and letting out an earth-shaking roar. It swallowed the energy of heaven and earth, which was rushing over frantically and flowing endlessly into the lion's huge, ferocious mouth. After devouring the energy of heaven and earth, the electrical arcs on its body became denser and denser. The sky raged, and the land quaked,
causing the beasts in the nearby areas to roar and the martial artist's pulses to tremble. Feeling the disruption, the creatures across the city cowered in fear.
Is that a demon lion? What a terrifying creature. It seems to be breaking through.
Kahir stared at the huge creature hovering above the plaza, and he was pleased to see that it had reached the perfection level of the beast's sovereign stage. He gasped in awe. Compared to most demon beasts, the demon lion was already an existence that defied the heavens. Since I last saw it, the wise demon lion must have obtained a great opportunity to be able to progress so fast, Kahir thought. The gigantic demon lion floated in midair and continued devouring the energy of heaven and earth for a whole hour before it had gotten its fill. After which, its body gradually shrank back to its normal size, and then turned into a majestic old man in his 70s, dressed in a lightning robe. He stretched out his body, and as he opened his eyes, golden light shot out from them like 2 bolts of lightning.
"Greetings, Thunder Ancestor," said Alice as she stepped forward to pay her respects.
Kahir followed suit and bowed. He was eternally grateful to the demon lion for everything he had done, not only for him, but also for his father and Dandelion City.
I'm so glad to see the 2 of you. Look how strong you've both become,
said the man warmly, his eyes filled with kindness. Meanwhile, the Mortimer family members and the Celestial Titans warriors watched on in terror. A demon lion that had broken through to the perfection level of the beast's sovereign stage was an incredibly dangerous enemy to have. Alice and Kahir smiled and laughed as they spoke with the man. "We're so pleased that you're fine now." The old man in front of them was the Thunder Ancestor of the Bolton family. He had protected Dandelion City and the Bolton family for many years, and all the Boltons considered him a relative.
Don't worry. Now that I'm free, these guys won't be able to do anything.
The demon lion pointed to everyone around him.
Now all of you step back. I have some things to take care of.
The demon lion stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Reuben and Gerwin. In a voice that roared like thunder, he shouted,
My strength was temporarily reduced, and you made a shameless sneak attack. You'll pay for it.
Gerwin looked pleadingly at Kahir.
"This is all a misunderstanding," he said. "The Celestial Titans and the Ancient Sky Sect have always had a good relationship. Since you're a disciple of the Ancient Sky Sect, I presume you want to clear things up."
Gerwin was old, but he was also experienced and astute. He understood how capable Kahir was, and he knew that he had friends to back him up. It would be too risky to fight him. A diplomatic solution would be much better. Kahir stepped forward and stood close to Gerwin. His aura flickered as he looked down at the old man. Gerwin looked friendly and harmless, but there was a hint of menace behind the facade. Kahir interpreted his words as a veiled threat. If it came to a fight, the Celestial Titans wouldn't hold back. He sighed. "I agree. There's obviously been a misunderstanding, since the Celestial Titans seem to think this matter involves them. It doesn't. The dispute is between the Demon Lion and the Mortimer family, and they have to settle it themselves. I won't interfere, and I don't think the Celestial Titans should either. Don't you agree?" Gerwin was at a loss for words. Kahir had forced him into a trap. It would be difficult to contradict his reasonable sentiment, but standing back would create risks for the Mortimer family. It would also cause a rift between them and the Celestial Titans. Gerwin stood thinking for a long moment. He had no idea what to do. The demon lion grew angrier for every second the silence endured, and his patience soon broke. He took another step forward, his body buzzing with bolts of fierce energy, and he roared, "You shameless cowards! You've taken advantage of a person's temporary weakness. It's time to settle the score." Lightning crisscrossed his skin like countless silver-colored snakes. He took one more step forward and set his foot down with terrible force. The impact made a small crater in the ground, and a ray of lightning as thick as an arm surged out of him into the air. Reuben grimaced with discomfort and fear. He had no choice but to stand firm and resist the aura that spilled out of the demon lion's body. He summoned a rune to protect himself, but he tried to do it without seeming aggressive, which made it weak. It broke under the pressure of the demon lion's power.
Not enough artifacts, eh? The demon lion asked, although it was more of a shout than a question. Both of his eyes lit up. A resplendent arc of golden light erupted from his body, and he started shining like a resplendent phantom. In the next moment, he attacked, and the audience was treated to a quick succession of moves and techniques. The demon lion was so fast that few could keep up with what was happening, but they were all awestruck by the spectacle. Reuben was pushed backward. He was in a sorry state. The demon lion had been right. He didn't carry enough artifacts to defend himself. In the end, he was forced to activate his pulse soul. It was a last resort, but it seemed to work. A ferocious beast phantom spawned in the air and rushed forward toward the demon lion, keeping him at bay. Even though his barrage of attacks had been interrupted, the demon lion didn't lose heart. With a flick of his wrist, his fist started to glow with a wondrous golden sheen, and when he raised it, it rumbled like thunder. He smashed it into the body of the giant beast phantom, and it shattered into pieces. A second later, it had dissolved back into the air. Reuben stumbled backward and felt a temporary surge of weakness. The demon lion didn't give him a chance to recover. He saw an opportunity, and he took it, rushing forward and throwing a heavy punch. In a desperate move, Reuben spawned a large cluster of runes to absorb the attack. It didn't work. The demon lion had imbued his hand with the thunder fist. It cut through the runes like butter and struck Reuben in the shoulder with great force. Reuben's body crumbled and fell to the floor with such force that the courtyard cracked. Many of the people of Elysia trembled with shock over what had happened. The members of the Mortimer family were so enraged that their auras shot straight into the sky and enveloped the entire city. Even those who hadn't seen the battle with their own eyes knew that the Mortimer family was under assault. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes fixed firmly on the spot where Reuben had fallen. His aura let everyone know that he was a warrior at the martial sovereign stage, and vengeance blazed in his eyes. "Father," he mumbled. His powers exploded out of him, and his whole body lit up with runes. Waves of the golden aura streamed into his palm, and he hurled it at the demon lion. It made a sound like 1,000 lightning storms, and the demon lion braced himself in a hurry. The attack didn't reach its target. Before it could do so, Alice stepped in to deflect it. She swatted the man's energy bolt away as if it were an insect, and she fixed her eyes on him. Her golden aura surged outward and engulfed the entire courtyard. The middle-aged man said nothing, and he didn't back down. Instead, he summoned his inner powers for another attack, and both of them raised their palms toward each other. They both emitted resplendent rune light as the man lunged at Alice. They collided with awesome force. There was a deafening explosion and an enormous ripple of energy. The courtyard was covered in white light. No one could see anything. The ground below the combatants cracked in the shape of a giant spiderweb. When the bright light faded, everyone could see that the man had lost the bout. He had been thrown several yards backward and smashed into the stone floor. His body was broken, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone stared at Alice and marveled at her strength. Above all, they wondered where she had come from. The demon lion had raised himself into the air above the plaza, and he was ready to make his next move. He sent giant claws of energy hurtling out of his fingers toward the talisman array that had been keeping him in place. In the next moment, he summoned his inner force and sent a thunderbolt of golden light at the array. It was destroyed immediately, and the elders who maintained it felt their insides churning. They all gasped for air and fell to the floor. It all happened so fast that Gerwin didn't have time to react. He stood watching with a grimace on his face. But before he could do anything, the damage had been done. Besides, he knew that Cahir would step in if he did, and that might cause a massacre. Gerwin didn't like it, but he would have to stand back and see how things developed. The demon lion's anger had subsided. He paid no attention to Gerwin as he floated down toward the ground, instead keeping his eyes fixed on Cahir and Alice. He pointed into the distance, indicating that they should leave. "Let's go," he said. Cahir nodded and smiled. Then he turned to Gerwin and frowned. "We'll meet again. Count on that."
Gerwin could do nothing but nod and smile back. Even though he tried to look relaxed, his whole body was stiff and uncomfortable, and Cahir could tell that he was afraid. Gerwin had never met Cahir before, and his first impression would stick in his mind forever. Cahir's actions had more than matched what Gerwin had heard from other elders in his sect. Even though he was young, he was even more difficult to deal with than the demon lion was. As Gerwin stood frozen and watched, Cahir, the demon lion, and Alice raised themselves into the air. They floated upward for a few dozen yards, and then a few quick flashes of light made everyone look away. Once the light subsided, they were gone. A young warrior stepped forward and stood at Gerwin's side, looking in the direction Cahir and his friends had gone. His face was gloomy, and his heart was cold. He was Reuben's grandson. It was clear that he wanted revenge, but wasn't strong enough to have taken it then and there.
"Gerwin," he said, "my father and grandfather are severely injured. Cahir has disrespected the Celestial Titans in front of everyone. Surely you can't let him get away with it, right?"
Gerwin looked over at Reuben and his son, who were being tended to by several Mortimer family experts. Pain shone on his aged face. He stared blankly at the fallen warriors for an extended moment, sighed deeply, and said,
"The demon lion is associated with Cahir, and your family has angered them both. If the Celestial Titans hadn't helped you, do you think you would have gotten off so easy? I've heard that Cahir killed hundreds of Blue Wolf's disciples for provoking him. Do you really think you'd stand a chance against him?"
He paused for a few seconds, staring coldly at the young man.
"You've suffered a great loss, and you should know when to stand down. Don't provoke Cahir anymore."
The young man's face contorted with frustrated anger. His body sizzled with fury, and the corners of his eyes twitched, but he said nothing. The other members of the Mortimer family shuffled uncomfortably and grumbled with palpable displeasure. Their courtyard had been destroyed, and high-ranking experts of their family had been severely injured. It was a gross insult, and it would require restitution someday. The people of Elysia knew something had happened, but they could only guess what it was. Many realized that the Mortimer family must have made a new enemy, but they didn't know who it was. Their only hint was that the Celestial Titans hadn't been able to prevent a confrontation, meaning the opponent had to be very strong. It didn't take long for the picture to clear. News of Cahir's confrontation with the Mortimer family spread quickly through the city, and everyone knew what had happened. Cahir's fame had preceded him, and it made total sense that the elders of the Celestial Titans hadn't managed to intimidate him. Meanwhile, Cahir, the demon lion, and Alice sped along on their journey through the skies. They had a long way to travel, and as they went, they talked about what had happened. "You don't have to worry about the Mortimer family anymore," Cahir said to the demon lion. The demon lion smiled. Cahir was still an enigma to him.
"You seem to be familiar with the Celestial Titans," he answered. "But I heard that elder say you're from the ancient Sky Sect. Is that true?"
The demon lion knew that the Celestial Titans and the ancient Sky Sect were big and powerful organizations. It was one of the reasons he had held back after destroying the array. As infuriated as he had been, he hadn't wanted to start a war. Cahir laughed and said, "I only know a little bit about them." Before the demon lion could ask any more questions, Cahir started to describe the changes to Dandelion City, the Martial Academy, the ancient Sky Sect, and Seven Stars Hall. He wanted his two companions to be as up-to-date as they could be before they reached their destination. The demon lion sighed, and his eyes glowed brightly. He told Cahir that he had expected him to reach great heights, and he hadn't been disappointed. Cahir took it as a great honor to be so highly esteemed by a great warrior. Alice didn't say anything, but she found Cahir's explanations very interesting. It was the first time she had heard about the situation in Dandelion City. She had missed a lot while she had been gone.
"Dandelion City is a special place, and it will become even more important soon," the demon lion said. "Now that you two have revealed yourselves, the mere mention of your names will shake the world."
Cahir laughed and brushed the compliment off. He was more focused on the immense power the demon lion had displayed. "How about you?" he asked. "Given what I just saw you do, you must have been through a lot." The demon lion nodded. Cahir was right. If he had done nothing but regular training for the last few years, he wouldn't have gotten nearly as far as he had.
"I've spent the last few years in the demon realm," he said. "I found my ancestral homeland, and I obtained benefits from the heritage of my kind. I also have you to thank for giving me the golden-winged bird's blood. It allowed me to improve even more. If I hadn't made a breakthrough back there, I'd still be a prisoner of the Mortimer family."
The three of them kept talking as they traveled. They soared through the air at incredible speed, leaving traces of their auras as they went. It wouldn't be long before they reached Dandelion City. The night was clear, and the bright moonlight lit up the calm night sky. The vault of the heavens was filled with glimmering stars, a vast and mysterious celestial sea. The land responded. Inside a mountain range, a purple light shone like a sparkling beacon, and its light rippled across the sky. Second by second, the light grew brighter, and the air started to vibrate as its intensity grew. A shimmering flash of violet lit up the mountains, accompanied by the muffled sound of a storm, and the figure of a woman appeared at the source of the light. She walked forward with unparalleled grace, stretching her delicate fingers out to her sides. Her skin was fair, resplendent, and shone with an undertone of purple. Her eyes lit up with the light of purple moons, and her violet robes danced in the wind. The fabrics were covered with dark inscriptions in the shape of flames. It was the Purple Phoenix. She scanned her surroundings, seemingly for signs of threats. When she was satisfied that there weren't any, she let out a sigh of relief and looked over her shoulder. "Come along, Star," she said. "Don't drag things out." The space behind the Purple Phoenix fluctuated with rippling energy, and the tender voice of a young girl sounded in response. "All right, Mom, I'm coming." The words echoed faintly against the mountainside, and another flash of light lit up the rock. The stars shone brighter for a moment, and the heavenly vault seemed to smile. The shape of a small girl materialized behind the woman. She looked to be about 5 years old. Her red skirt was embroidered with a vast star-like pattern, and her blue-black hair was tied up in a ponytail. Despite her young age, she carried herself in a way that commanded respect and authority. The rune mark on her forehead added to her regal impression. Looking at the woman in front of her, Star asked, "Mother, are we really going to find Father?" The Purple Phoenix looked at her and frowned. When she answered, her voice was like the sound of the heavens. "You've been using him as an excuse not to improve yourself," she said. "It's already been 3 years. We have to do something." Star blinked her large and lively eyes. "But Mother, what if Father doesn't have any mysterious bones of the great bird?" She turned serious. "You won't do anything to hurt him, will you?" The Purple Phoenix glared at Star. "Don't call that human father in my presence," she snapped. "If you do, I won't let you call me Mother anymore." She didn't wait for a response. Without taking her eyes off Star, she summoned purple flames that made her whole body roar like a bonfire, and then she lifted herself into the air. Star watched the Purple Phoenix lift off and shook her head. She knew there was nothing she could do to stop her from hurting Kahir. She lifted herself into the air and followed. When Kahir, the demon lion, and Alice reached the outskirts of Dandelion City, the latter too marveled at how much it had changed. It looked vast and majestic, a far cry from how they had last seen it, and they gasped in shock.
"I hardly believe it's the same place," the demon lion muttered. "I can feel its energy. There are important artifacts and treasures here."
Kahir laughed. "Wait until you see it from the inside," he said. "Once everyone finds out that you've returned, the whole city will be ecstatic." Kahir was right. Barely an hour after they had entered Dandelion City, the whole population knew that they were there. The news caused an outpouring of celebratory commotion, and most residents of Dandelion City took to the streets to celebrate. In the royal palace, the Bolton family was also overcome with happiness and relief. Kahir was taken immediately to the palace's great hall, where a meeting had been called. He sat in his chair with regal authority, and he felt the palace's aura mingling with his own. Many important people of the Jade Empire were in attendance. Algernon, Gilbert, Syrian, Aidan, Marisol, Sean, Dark Wolf, Phantom Shadow, Brody, and many others were all there. Jared, Aurora, and Seamus were among those who represented the World Warriors. Patrizia gave a report, and Cahir learned that the Jade Empire was at peace. A vigilant watch was being kept for outside threats. Many martial artists stood by to protect the country, and the Martial Academy was being rebuilt under the leadership of Zion, Obi, and Seamus. Many young men and women in the country had already been enrolled to study at the academy. There was much left to do, however. Rebuilding the Martial Academy would take time, and they would all have to be patient. In the meantime, many had taken the initiative to head out and train on their own. Hugh, Stephanie, Isabel, Rosalind, Sarah, Colton, and others had all done so. Of the World Warriors, Morgan, Zaid, the Silver-Winged Condor, and the Silver Fox had done the same. They were making great progress. On top of that, many of the World Warriors had been in seclusion for the last few years, and they had also improved greatly. Thanks to the Violet Lightning Cauldron, their abilities had increased tremendously, and their progress was astonishing. Most of what had been obtained in the Heavenly Wastelands had been distributed among the most important experts of the Jade Empire. The rest had been handed over to Seamus, Jared, and Patrizia to manage. Everyone had shared in the benefits, and the whole country was excited for the future. But not every piece of news was good. Once the pleasant topics were dealt with, Jared turned to Cahir and gave him a troubled look. "Those people came looking for you not long ago," he said, "obviously with bad intentions." Cahir's mood darkened instantly. His body bristled with animalistic energy. "The Holdens," he muttered. He hadn't thought about them for a while, and the reminder soured his mood. It was clear that he would have to deal with them someday. Perhaps very soon, he thought. Once the official meeting was over, Cahir went to see Ralph. When they set eyes on each other, Ralph didn't look happy. He quickly explained why he was disturbed at seeing Cahir.
"Perhaps you've heard," he began. "The Holden family have come here looking for you. Fortunately, there are people here who make them think twice about an actual attack, but they've come back several times and made demands."
Cahir had been happy to see Ralph, but his mood soured at the news. He was glad that the Holdens were being kept at bay, but he wasn't sure if that might change. He needed to know more about their relative strength. "The Holdens are one of the 9 great families," he said. "Is there anyone who can stand up to them?" He wasn't expecting an answer that he would like. As a great family, the Holdens were undeniably formidable. Common sense dictated that almost no one could keep them at bay for long. But there was still hope. Old stories told of a great warrior who had once descended from the heavens and single-handedly subdued every expert from the 9 great families. That warrior had then made them swear an oath to him and sent them away. The story gave Cahir hope, and he told it to Ralph. Ralph knew the tale as well.
"I think that's the reason we were able to scare them away," he said. "If the legend of their defeat by that warrior hadn't existed, I don't know if they would have stood down. But that person can't help us now. We have no idea who it was or if they even existed."
"It doesn't change anything," Cahir muttered in a deep voice. "I'll still have to settle things with them sooner or later." Ralph frowned slightly. He had other things to discuss with Cahir.
"The continents are in chaos," he said. "Vast swaths of land are covered in smoke, and many places have been turned into devil realms. Rumor has it that the evil spirits have returned. A great calamity is about to befall this world."
These developments troubled Ralph immensely. The central region hadn't been affected yet, but it was only a matter of time. Dark forces were on the move. Cahir wasn't sure what to think. He had already heard that many parts of the surrounding world had fallen to the evil spirits, but none of the major powers had reacted yet. That could mean that the threat wasn't as great as Ralph thought, but it could also mean that the elders were being complacent. "Evil spirits are dangerous," he said pensively. "But once we decide to move against them, they shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. If we decide to make a move," he added to himself. He wondered why no decision had been made yet. Ralph nodded. He understood what Cahir was worried about, and he shared his fears.
"It's likely that the top experts of various forces are in seclusion and trying to improve themselves," he said. I'm worried that disaster might arrive before they realize it. The evil spirits are a distant threat right now, but they won't be for long."
Cahir sighed. As far as he was concerned, the evil spirits had come close enough to the central region to warrant a response. If they were left alone, every living being in the world would suffer. "The fire is spreading," he said, "but it hasn't started to burn the elders yet. Until it does, I'm afraid no one will want to be the first to act." Ralph nodded, but then he started grinning. He had something more fun to talk about.
"What about the Thunder Shrine?" he asked. "Did you receive any benefits?"
Cahir smiled and told Ralph everything that had happened. He told him about the Silver Soul Thunder, the Purple Lightning Lotus, and the Thunder Lord. When he finished his tale, Ralph was speechless for a long while. He could barely comprehend how much stronger Cahir must have become. Once he recovered his senses, Ralph waved his hand in the air and said,
"Please go away for a while. I need to absorb what you said."
Cahir laughed and headed straight out the door. He knew Ralph better than to take offense at his sudden dismissal. The story he had been told had many implications, and he would need time to let it sink in. Next, Cahir went to speak to Zane and Cohen. He knew they would be anxious to hear the news about Kelvin, and he saw no reason to hide anything from them. When Zane heard Cahir's story, he was ecstatic and immensely relieved. He hadn't heard anything about Kelvin for a long time. "I'm glad to hear he's okay," he said. He was at a loss for words. Cahir took in the auras of the two men. It was clear that Zane and Cohen had become stronger since the last time he had seen them, and from what they told him, so had the entire family. The resources and skills of the Rosarks had increased dramatically, especially with regard to the younger generation. Once Zane calmed down from the news about Kelvin, he gave Cahir a look of deep gratitude. "I know you've carried the family on your own shoulders for a long time," he said. "It's been hard on you." He meant it. The responsibility for protecting the Rosarks had been Cahir's for several years. They owed their position and status to him, and Zane didn't even want to think of where they would be if Cahir hadn't existed. Cahir laughed. "I'm a Rosark," he said. "Of course I fight for my family. There was never any other option. Besides, I haven't done it alone. I've had help." Cohen smiled. "All right then," he interjected. "Let's not talk about it anymore. Your aunts know you're back and they've made you your favorite foods. They're arranging a giant dinner for the whole family, and the elders are hoping that you can help your cousins with their training if you have the time." "Of course," Cahir said. "Where's the meal?" Cohen sent him out into the backyard, where he was met by several elders and members of the family. The second he showed himself, several of them rushed over to greet him. They were in such a frenzy that Cahir couldn't tell who was saying what. "Cahir, dear boy, you've lost weight again, but you seem strong. He's looking more and more like Kelvin. Welcome, Cahir." Many young men and women of the Rosark family came over and joined the welcoming party. They created a thick circle around Cahir, and everyone who stood in it shone with reverence. They worshipped Cahir, and were overjoyed to have someone like him in the family. They could hardly believe that he was their cousin. Cahir, whose name resounded throughout the 9 continents. He was the most formidable young warrior in the entire world. He was the backbone of the Rosark family. Cahir's heart swelled with emotion when he looked into their faces. He wanted to stay in that moment forever. But it wasn't to be. The moment ended when Aurora came into the backyard. She commanded the attention of everyone present, and every eye fell on her. "Cahir," she said, "the patriarch of the Bolton family has come to see you. Alice is with him, and so is the patriarch of the Kendall family." Cahir nodded. "They're not outsiders, Aurora. Tell them to come here and celebrate." Aurora went back the way she came. A few moments later, Alice, Edward, and Frederick came into the courtyard. They were accompanied by a small party of people. Their faces looked friendly but restrained. None of them were very close with the Rosarks, but they had enjoyed fruitful cooperation with them. All 3 families had benefited greatly from their association, and they were glad to share in the celebration of Cahir's return. Once the sun was setting, Cahir found himself alone with Alice. They took a walk behind the Rosark estate, and then they raised themselves up onto a small mountain peak nearby. Alice looked up into the sky. "I've heard a lot of things from my father," she said. "Your life must have been very exciting these last few years." Cahir stood and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He could see beyond Dandelion City into the lands of the Jade Empire. "That's all in the past now," he said. He didn't know what else to say. Alice turned to look at him. Edward had filled her in on what Dandelion City had been through, and all of it wasn't good. She understood why Cahir was reluctant to talk about it. It was Cahir who broke the silence. "So, what are your plans for the future?" "I don't know yet," Alice answered. "Kelvin told me you have a twin sister. Is that true?" Cahir nodded, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. "Yes, her name is Talia." They both looked up at the sky. Night was falling, and the first stars were beginning to appear. "I should be going," Alice said. "I'll be staying in Dandelion City for a while, so if you want to talk, you can send for me." With those last words, Alice's cheeks blushed. She gave Cahir a parting look, stood up straight, and raised herself into the sky. She flew away. Cahir stood thinking on the mountain for a while after she left. Then he suddenly frowned, his gaze hardened, and purple flames flickered in his mind. He vanished. When he reappeared, he was outside the city limits, and it was already night. His eyes shone with a purple flame that cut through the darkness. The space right in front of him shook, and Ralph appeared. Without greeting Cahir, he looked him in the eye and said,
"She has come."
In the next moment, flashes of light broke out beside them in all the colors of the rainbow. Seconds later, the shapes of two people could be discerned through the brilliance. They stepped up and stopped just a few feet from Cahir and Ralph. One of the shapes was much smaller than the other, and it called out, "Father!" Cahir recognized her immediately, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Even though he hadn't seen her in years, she looked exactly the same. "Hello, Star," he said. "You seem stronger than the last time I saw you. Did you miss me?" Star blinked her large eyes, and Cahir was overwhelmed by how sweet she looked. She sauntered over to his side and took his hand. "Of course I missed you," she mumbled. Cahir patted her on the head, and he immediately felt her raw power. He tried to estimate how capable she had become, but he couldn't. He hardly dared to guess. "That's more like it," he muttered in a half-whisper. She heard him and laughed. She was overjoyed to be with him again. She spent several seconds giggling, but then she became more serious. She looked up at him with urgency. "Father, Mother is here," she said. She seemed almost ashamed. "She looks mean, but she's actually really nice." Cahir tensed up. He had been so enraptured by Star that he had forgotten that she wasn't alone. As Star finished speaking, the purple phoenix came up to her. The light faded, and as she came into view, Cahir was mesmerized by her. Everything about her was extraordinary, and he marveled at the purple glow in her eyes. The purple phoenix came up to them and set her eyes on Ralph. When she saw him, she looked surprised, and she said, "You seem to have improved quite a lot." She had the voice of an immortal, boundless being. Ralph shrugged.
"You don't seem to be that far behind."
"Maybe not," the purple phoenix answered. "We'll see." She set her eyes on Cahir. "It's been more than 3 years. Have you acquired the mysterious bone of the great bird for me?" Cahir smiled bitterly. He shook his head and answered, "I'm afraid not. It's too rare, and I haven't met another golden-winged bird since we saw each other last. I don't think I'll be able to get you what you want." The eyes of the purple phoenix turned deadly cold. "But your deadline is past," she said. "If you don't have another mysterious bone for me, I'll just have to take the one you already have." She took another step toward him, and Cahir noted the violent streak in her aura. Her energy started to swirl inside her. It was clear that she was getting ready to assault him. He forced himself to smile. "I've already told you. The mysterious bone that I have has become part of my body. You can't take it away from me now. You'd have to kill me, and even that might not work. I won't go down easy." The purple phoenix's eyes dimmed slightly, and she seemed to grow calmer. Her energy still blazed inside her, however, and it coalesced in her palms. They started to burn with purple flame, and the smell of burned cinders filled the air. Star put herself between the purple phoenix and Kahir.
"Don't, Mother,"
she cried. Ralph also spoke up.
"If you try anything, it will end badly for you."
He was worried. He knew the power of the purple phoenix, and they were too close to Dandelion City. If a fight started, the city could be devastated no matter who won. He wanted to avoid violence in any way he could. The purple phoenix stood glaring, first at Star, then at Ralph, and finally at Kahir. After a long moment of tense silence, she spoke.
"Your 3 years are up. You agreed to the time frame. Are you the kind of person who breaks his vows and then lets others shield you from the consequences?"
Kahir forced a laugh, pushed Star gently aside, and looked the purple phoenix in the eye. "You're right," he said. "I've broken my promise, and I'm to blame for that. But I don't accept that I should die for it. I'll make a deal with you. I've obtained a secret bone. I'll give it to you, and you can study it for a while as compensation for me breaking my promise. While you're doing that, I'll go and look for a mysterious bone of the great bird. I'll get it to you as soon as possible. How does that sound?" The purple phoenix was silent for a moment as she considered his proposal. Finally, she spoke.
"What kind of secret bone do you have?"
Kahir smiled. "You'll know when you see it." As he spoke, he took out the secret bone and unwrapped it. As it came into view, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Ralph's eyes widened. Clearly, Kahir hadn't told him everything. The purple phoenix sensed the aura that emanated from the secret bone, and she reached out to touch it. She lifted it in her firm grasp, held it up in front of her face, and examined it carefully. When she was done, her eyes flickered, and she said,
"This belonged to a truth dragon."
Kahir nodded. "Yes, and I'll give it to you. Until I find what I promised you, you may study all its secrets." He studied the purple phoenix's face for a reaction. He didn't want to show it, but he was very eager for her to agree. He knew what Ralph knew. If the purple phoenix rejected his offer and attacked him, her destructive power would be difficult to contain. Dandelion City could be destroyed.
"The truth dragon who left this behind wasn't very skillful," the purple phoenix said. "It was probably only at the perfection level of the beast sovereign stage. A mysterious bone of the great bird would be far more useful to me."
She paused.
"But that's not to say this secret bone is useless. I agree to your proposal."
Her eyes, which had seemed glued to the secret bone as she had spoken, shifted over to Kahir.
"I'll give you 2 more years. Then I'll come back to claim what I'm owed. You'd better have it."
2 years, Kahir repeated. He smiled faintly. His relief was tinged with bitterness, since he would lose the chance to study the secret bone himself. Nevertheless, he knew that he had dodged a bullet. The purple phoenix tightened her grip on the secret bone, held it to her chest, and looked at Star.
"That's settled then," she said. "Star, would you like to come back with me, or would you like to stay here?"
Star shook her head and pouted. She was glad that she had been given a choice, but she was sad that she couldn't stay with both Kahir and the purple phoenix. Reluctantly, she gave her answer.
"I want to stay with my father for a little while. It's better that way. Once he finds the mysterious bone of the great bird, I can deliver it to you."
The purple phoenix gave Star a sympathetic look.
"All right. I'll be busy studying this thing for a long time, so if you want to stay, I'll allow it. I'll come back for you once I'm done."
She turned to Kahir, and the fire inside her burned with increased intensity.
"Take good care of Star. If anything happens to her, you'll have nowhere to hide."
With that final threat, the purple phoenix wrapped herself in her cloak, became engulfed in violet flame, and shot off into the air like a comet. Once she had soared into the sky, her light flickered and she was gone. Star called after her.
"Goodbye, Mother. Take care of yourself."
Kahir took a deep breath and felt the tension in his body pour out of him. He hadn't realized until then how nervous the purple phoenix had made him. He vowed to stay as far away from her as possible until he had good news to share. He turned to Ralph and laughed. "So, a mysterious bone of the great bird. Where do you think we can find one?" The question was justified. The mysterious bone was a treasure among treasures. If anyone in the nearby sects had one, or even knew where one was, they probably wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Kahir despaired. If he couldn't make an exchange, the only way to obtain a mysterious bone would be to get one from the golden-winged bird. He had been lucky to do that once, and doing it again was an impossible dream. Another possibility presented itself in his mind, and it made him shudder. Even if he managed to make contact with the golden-winged bird, it might not want to give him what he needed. In that case, he would have to decide whether to fight it or not. An impossible choice, he thought. The whole situation gave Cahir a headache, and Ralph didn't know how to help him. He came up to his friend's side and watched the pained expression on his face. The only thing he could think of doing was to put a comforting hand on his shoulder. It was Star who broke the silence.
"Father, do you have anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry."
Cahir broke out of his reverie. To his shame, he had forgotten about her for a moment. He took out a spirit elixir and gave it to her. "Here you go," he said, smiling lovingly. "I'll get you some real food soon, but that should tide you over until then." Star laughed awkwardly, took the spirit elixir, and swallowed it down in one go. Then she smacked her lips loudly as if she was trying to make a point. The elixir clearly hadn't satisfied her. Ralph was stunned by the little girl's audacity. The following morning, a layer of thin clouds blanketed the sky, and the white mountain loomed indistinct in the distance. The birds chirped and played in the morning calm, and their song echoed in the ravines and against the mountainsides. In contrast to the natural calm, the Rosark family had been set ablaze. Star's appearance among the family had caused great interest, and everyone had exploded when she had referred to Cahir as her father. The elders of the family were shocked at the unexpected development, but they were also delighted. Cahir was bombarded with questions. He was asked where the child had come from, where the mother was, and if he had gotten married in secret. Cahir was unable to find the right words to explain what had happened, so he said nothing. Whenever anyone asked him anything, he simply smiled, nodded affectionately, and changed the subject. His lack of answers didn't detract from the family's adoration of Star. She was showered with love and adoration, and even when Cahir finally told everyone the truth, that Star wasn't his biological daughter, they doted on her. Once it became clear that Cahir hadn't found a girl to settle down with, however, the barrage of questions changed character. Instead of asking if he had gotten married, his older relatives started to press him on why he hadn't and when he was going to. He received comments about his age and recommendations for suitable brides. Alice was suggested in particular, along with thinly veiled suggestions that marrying a Bolton would be good for the family. Cahir wanted more than anything to go back to the carefree happiness of just a day earlier, when everyone had simply been grateful to see him again. But that day was nothing but a beautiful memory. He found himself besieged by his family's well-meaning pushiness. Jared could tell that he was uncomfortable, and he tried to hold back his laughter. He and Aurora were usually the victims of the family's attention, and it amused him that Cahir was forced to deal with the spotlight. He couldn't keep his satisfaction to himself. "I have to say, Cahir," he exclaimed, "I'm really glad you're back. Aurora and I will be much more relaxed from now on." Cahir saw an opportunity to take some of the heat off himself, and he chose to take it. "Well, neither of you two are married yet," he noted, "so I think I'll have to wait. I wouldn't want to steal your thunder." Jared's satisfied smile melted away. He realized what Cahir was trying to do, and he didn't want to regain the family's attention. He slunk back into the shadows, and for the next few days, the family almost never saw him. Cahir spent much of those days in the wild space, using it as a space where the disciples of the family and the world warriors could hone and improve their abilities. Anyone he trusted sufficiently was allowed to enter the wild space and gain access to the strengthening power of the violet lightning cauldron. Cahir had hoped that Olivia would come, but he was told that she had left Dandelion City and would be gone for a few years. She seemed to have left on her own, and Cahir was worried about her, but he kept himself busy. He spent his days giving guidance to anyone who wanted it, and when he had the chance, he paid a visit to William. He also found the time to follow the progress on the rebuilding of the Martial Academy. Progress was being made, but it was slow. One day, he went to visit Vice Principal Saul's grave to show his respect. He hoped Saul would be proud of what the remaining Martial Academy students had accomplished. A few days later, Cahir met Ralph on the mountain behind the Rosark family home. "I have to make a trip to 7 Stars Hall, So I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you to protect Dandelion City once again, Cahir said.
Be careful out there, Ralph told him. There's peace in the surrounding lands, but it's not a normal one. It feels like the calm before the storm. You must be ready.
He tapped Cahir on the shoulder.
There are levels of power you can't imagine, and perhaps you'll reach them someday. I hope to do so as well.
Can a Spirit Talisman Master really progress beyond the 9-star level? What's above that? Cahir asked.
There's no point in thinking about that, Ralph answered. You couldn't understand it yet, since you're too far from it. Once you approach that level of power, you'll know the answer.
Ralph laughed, and Cahir simply nodded. He trusted that Ralph was right. He had a long way to go before he understood everything. The next morning, Cahir said farewell to his family. He had decided to leave Star in Seamus's care, which he felt good about, but it was still difficult to part from her. He wasn't worried about his own safety, and therefore neither was Star. He knew that he would be able to deal with any danger he encountered along the way. As it happened, he encountered none for the entire first trek of his journey, and he reached the outskirts of the Wild Realm in just a few days. Along the way, Cahir felt that something was different. The atmosphere in the central region had changed. Rumors about the evil spirits had begun to spread, but the change in atmosphere wasn't just about people's moods or fear. Something was strange about the very essence of the landscape. Coupled with the rumors that many places had been taken over by evil spirits, the shift in atmosphere weighed heavily on Cahir. Despite his strength and prowess, there was nothing he could do at that moment. He felt impotent. The only thing he could do was reach 7 Stars Hall. After that, he would find out what the next step might be. Cahir soon found himself approaching the lands of 7 Stars Hall. He knew that Destroyer Hall's headquarters had been made the main hall of the sect, and he headed there. Once he came within their boundaries, he started to sense the auras of the experts who guarded their perimeter and their buildings. The feeling reminded him of the power contained within 7 Stars Hall. The 7 Hallmasters were among the greatest warriors in the world, and with Tarkin and Mo among their ranks, there seemed to be nothing they couldn't do. Their stature had grown immensely in the last few years alone, and almost every smaller force in the Wild Realm had sworn allegiance to them. Cahir knew that 7 Stars Hall would always play a key role in his efforts to protect those he loved and punish his enemies. No matter what tyrannical forces might sweep across the land in the future, those who sided with 7 Stars Hall were likely to prevail. It was comforting to have such allies. Cahir passed quickly through the lands ruled by Destroyer Hall. From time to time, he wanted to stop and take in the sights, but he wasn't there for pleasure. He had no time to lose. When he approached Destroyer Hall itself, 2 figures wrapped in garb of flowing light placed themselves in front of him. Ever since Destroyer Hall had been attacked, security had been tightened, and entering uninvited was like breaking through a wall of solid steel. The number of guards had been increased, the doors had been reinforced, and talisman arrays had been set up. Nobody would enter without an invitation. Fortunately, Cahir was the young hallmaster of 7 Stars Hall, and he knew he would be welcome. He simply revealed his identity, and the guards stood aside. The doors opened, and he walked inside. Destroyer Hall had changed quite a bit in the previous few years. After 7 Stars Hall had made it their main gathering point, the premises had been repaired, improved, and expanded. Much of it looked brand new, and it had grown to accommodate a much larger crop of disciples than before. The sounds of young warriors practicing martial arts could be heard everywhere. Elders were calling out instructions and commands. There was bustling activity all around Cahir as he made his way forward. It wasn't long before he was seen, and voices started to ring out, announcing that he was back. The news of his presence immediately caused a great commotion as all the disciples came running up to greet him.
"Is that the young hallmaster?"
someone asked.
"He really does look very young," another said. "But don't be fooled. I heard his skill is terrifying."
"He's famous. He was in the Heavenly Wastelands, and I heard he killed a truth dragon." As Cahir stood and listened to the disciples, most of whom had never seen him before, he was approached by a few familiar faces. Devon, Winston, Tiago, and some others were rushing over to welcome him. They were delighted to see him. A few senior elders also came forward, looking pleasantly surprised and deferential. Their seniority notwithstanding, They had heard about Cahir's prowess, and they knew what he could do. They set aside custom and greeted him as if he were their superior. Cahir nodded to the elders and scanned their faces, looking for more people he knew. He found Xena, and when he looked at her, he could tell that she had broken through to the next level of the martial sovereign stage. Many of the others had also improved a lot. The overall strength of Seven Stars Hall had become even greater than Cahir had thought. After receiving his hearty welcome, he was led into a private room. Once he came inside, he lowered his head in solemn respect. He had been brought before Tarkin and Mo. Inside the room, Everett, Scott, and Albus were also present, but Cahir didn't see Iona or Pablo. The hallmasters looked at Cahir with grins on their faces. They had heard all about his escapades in the heavenly wastelands.
"You certainly made your mark. Even the mighty dragons couldn't stop you," Scott said.
As they sized up Cahir's aura, their eyes widened with shock. No matter how hard they probed, they still couldn't tell what level of skill he had reached.
"Tell us what happened in the Thunder Shrine, then,"
Mo said eagerly. "I did pretty well," Cahir said with a wry smile. He explained the various benefits he had obtained from the Purple Lightning Lotus and the Thunderlord, and the insights he had gained from meditating in the ancient palace.
"These types of treasures are simply heaven-defying," Albus said. "The Thunderlord's inheritance must be as effective as the Blue Wolf's reincarnation method," Everett said. "I can't believe you obtained celestial lightning," Scott said in disbelief.
Everett, Albus, and Scott were stunned. Even Mo, who wasn't easily impressed, was astounded by Cahir's achievements. "It's a pity that the Thunderlord's inheritance is incomplete," Cahir said. Tarkin's eyes were filled with joy. "Don't worry. You'll still be able to make good use of his inheritance. Such a lucky opportunity is a blessing from the heavens. What level of skill have you reached now?" "I'm an 8-star Spirit Talisman Master, and I've reached the edge level of the Martial Sovereign stage," Cahir said proudly. Although he had isolated himself for more than 2 years in the Thunder Shrine's ancient palace, obtaining enormous benefits from the Purple Lightning Lotus, he hadn't made much progress in the martial path. However, his understanding of the profound mysteries in his body and his eternal spirit had increased exponentially. Cahir knew it was more beneficial to expand one's mind than to focus on making a breakthrough. "You have heaps of potential," Albus said with a smile. Even though he was very happy for Cahir, he couldn't help but feel a little disheartened by his own lack of progress. Although he had practiced the talisman path for more than 1,000 years, he had only recently become an 8-star Spirit Talisman Master. It would take him hundreds of years to reach Cahir's current level. "Cahir's strength is impressive, but he's not the only one with talent. There are many young men and women across the 9 continents with extraordinary skills," Albus continued. He had never come across so many talented young people in the heavenly wastelands. What's more, they were even stronger than he had been at their age. Tarkin stroked his chin deep in thought. "When something unusual like this happens, there's always something evil behind it. Perhaps many evil spirits will appear in the world." His expression became serious, and fire and lightning flashed in his eyes. Looking at Cahir, he said, "You must train hard. If a great calamity befalls the world, only strength will be able to protect you. The dragons, the Skyblade sect, the Clenched Fist sect, and the Holden family won't stop until they have their revenge." Cahir nodded. His eyes lit up with a fierce light. Afterward, Tarkin tasked him with training 8 disciples who had entered closed-door training and were on the cusp of a breakthrough. Cahir spent the next few days in the wild space. The previous time he had entered the space, Carter, who had been heavily injured at the time, had wanted to repair it. The extraordinary young disciples of 7 Stars Hall, including Devon, Xena, and Winston, had also entered the wild space. Under Cahir's guidance, they focused on their studies and martial arts training. As for Cahir, he had wanted to test out his current strength in the War Realm. To his disappointment, however, the War Realm didn't have the resources to sufficiently test his strength. Standing inside the wild space, he muttered, "I wonder where the other half is." The Space Soul had told Cahir that he only had access to a small part of the wild space, with very few resources. If Cahir could combine his half with the whole of the wild space and study the great mysteries of the world, he would become one of the strongest experts in the world. His eyes glimmered with a golden light as he thought of the possibilities. The only problem was that he didn't know where to find the other half of the wild space. And after Cahir had fused with the soul seed, the space soul had warned him that if others found out he had such a precious space on his person, the powerful forces of the world would attack him without reservation. "I must keep my eyes peeled for signs of the wild space," he murmured to himself. Many strong experts wanted to get their hands on the wild space. The space soul had told him that in the past there had been a great calamity. Because many strong ancient beings had been killed, the wild space had been split in two. Cahir smiled bitterly. "This is giving me a headache," he mumbled. Not only was he worried about the state of the world, but he also had his own problems to contend with, such as what to do about the Devil sect, the dragons, and the Holden family. After taking a deep breath, he decided to leave the wild space. At that moment, the door of the comprehension realm opened, and out walked a young woman in a red dress. "Young Hallmaster," she said inquisitively, wondering where he was going. Her hair blew in the wind, which made her look even more charming, and she looked as beautiful as a snowdrop growing through snow. Her aura was both noble and heroic. It was Xena of Destroyer Hall. Cahir smiled at her. He sensed that she had obtained many benefits inside the comprehension realm. "How are your studies going? You seem to have made significant progress." She had received many benefits from the Violet Lightning Cauldron, making her one of the strongest martial artists of her generation. Everett had also taken her under his wing, so her attacks were much sharper than before. Her eyes twinkled as she said, "Yes, I've improved a lot, but compared to you, I still have some way to go." She looked at him with longing, wanting to confess her true feelings. "I don't have a chance with Cahir, especially when he could choose someone like Freya of the Ancient Sky sect, or Layla of the Blessed Note sect," she thought to herself. Thinking that her beauty nor her background matched up to the other women in Cahir's life, she decided not to pursue him. Seeing the dejected look on her face, Cahir asked, "What's wrong?" Xena gave a fake smile. "Nothing." Suddenly, the door of the comprehension realm flew open again. As many people filed out one after another, a wave of powerful energy engulfed the space. Devon, Winston, and Trent gathered around Cahir. "Young Hallmaster," the disciples said in unison. They were grinning from ear to ear because they had made many improvements. Xena retreated to the side. She laughed as she watched her peers excitedly tell Cahir about their progress. Suddenly, the wild space shook violently, and everyone stumbled around with confused expressions. "What on earth was that? Something bad has happened on the outside. Let's get out of here," Cahir said urgently. With that, everyone quickly left the wild space. The sky above Destroyer Hall was filled with a talisman array. Lightning gathered around the array, and dark clouds cast a gloomy shadow over the land below. Tarkin sensed a sinister aura coming from the talisman array. He ascended into the sky, his eyes burning with fury. "Disciples, listen to me carefully. We're under attack from a malevolent force. Our youngest disciples must leave first. It's your job to ensure that Seven Stars Hall's legacy lives on." Everett, Albus, and Scott looked up at the sky with serious expressions. "Tarkin, what do you want us to do?" Everett asked. "As far as I'm concerned, we stick to the original plan," Tarkin said gloomily. "The reason why I, Pablo, and Iona didn't go into closed-door training in Destroyer Hall is because we were afraid this day would come." The disciples of Destroyer Hall were in a state of panic. They took to the sky in droves to check out the situation, filling the space with a kaleidoscope of light. Cahir, Devon, and Xena ascended into the sky, too. "You guys came in the nick of time. I've opened a secret passageway within Destroyer Hall. Get out of here before it's too late," Tarkin said to Cahir and the others. "Master, what's going on?" Cahir asked. Beyond the talisman array, he could see lightning and dark billowing clouds. Thunder roared incessantly. He vaguely recognized the terrifying aura. Tarkin looked mournful and teary-eyed. He looked at Cahir, Devon, Winston, Xena, and the others. "The members of the Devil sect have come again. This time they're prepared. They won't rest until they've destroyed Seven Stars Hall. You guys are the strongest disciples of Seven Stars Hall. I'm relying on you to carry on our legacy." "We're not going anywhere. We'll fight with you," Devon said. The others eagerly nodded their heads. Although they were well aware of the Devil Sect's impressive strength, they couldn't bear the thought of abandoning Tarkin and the other elders at such a troubling time. A guttural rumbling noise rang out. Outside of the talisman array, the earth trembled vigorously, and the surrounding mountains shook as the members of the Devil Sect attacked the talisman array. "All of you leave," Tarkin cried. "You don't have the strength to challenge the Devil Sect. Kahir, take them to the secret tunnel at the back of the mountain. Think of the bigger picture." With that said, he tore through the sky like lightning, causing runes to soar upward. Wave after wave of the golden aura gushed from his body, engulfing the sky. "Members of the Devil Sect, I look forward to spilling your blood," he boomed. "After today, 7 Stars Hall will cease to exist," said a commanding voice. A terrifying aura infiltrated Destroyer Hall, as though a monster from the depths of hell had descended upon the space. "Let's go," Kahir said reluctantly to his peers. Clenching his teeth, he took the lead and flew toward the mountain. Behind Destroyer Hall, close to the place where Kahir had received the star energy, some elders were waiting for the 7 Stars Hall disciples. When they saw them flying over in the distance, they opened up a secret passageway, activating several space ripples. "All of you leave through here. This secret passageway was created by Tarkin and Mo many years ago, in case we came under attack," Bartholomew said to Kahir and the others. "Young Hallmaster, are we really going to leave? I'd rather die with the elders of 7 Stars Hall than flee like a coward," Trent said resolutely. Devon, Winston, Sean, and Xena quickly agreed with Trent and were also unwilling to leave. "Remember what Tarkin said. It's up to us to continue the work of 7 Stars Hall," Kahir said. He looked up at the talisman array, which was swaying in the sky. As it began to crack, a golden light shot out from his eyes. One by one, the top disciples of the younger generation disappeared down the secret passageway. "Young Hallmaster, you go through too," Kirby said to Kahir. "The secret passageway can't hold too many people." "Star, where are you? We're running out of time," Kahir groaned. His eyes released a golden light as he looked at the swaying talisman array. Then a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm and landed on the secret passageway, sealing it. Suddenly, a sinister aura exploded, shaking the surrounding space. Boulders crashed down the surrounding mountains, and the ground split apart. Bartholomew, Kirby, and the other elders ascended into the air to avoid getting injured. Kahir floated in midair. Lightning started to ripple around his body, causing his robe to billow behind him. Bartholomew rushed over to him. "Young Hallmaster, why didn't you leave? You're the future of 7 Stars Hall." Overwhelmed by Kahir's show of support, his eyes welled up with tears. "I'm not going anywhere. As the young Hallmaster, it's my job to defend 7 Stars Hall. Plus, I could never abandon my master," Kahir said. He regarded 7 Stars Hall as his home, and he wasn't willing to hide while the Devil Sect wreaked havoc on the place. Even though Tarkin had commanded him to leave, he felt that it would be disloyal to abandon his master. "Young Hallmaster," Bartholomew said between sobs. He was too moved for words. Hot tears rolled down his wrinkled face. The Devil Sect experts continued to attack the talisman array. With hundreds of cracks on its surface, it looked as though it was on the verge of collapse. The elders of Destroyer Hall were directing their disciples, showing them where to go. "Disciples, when the talisman array breaks, you must get out of here. Don't stay and fight," said one elder. Because there were tens of thousands of disciples in Destroyer Hall, it was impossible for the elders to guide everyone to safety. Only Devon and his peer group had left. "Kahir, you should have left with the others," Everett said sternly. "You're our shining beacon, the person who can continue our legacy. The members of the Devil Sect are prepared. They won't be easy to defeat like last time." "I can't leave you all. Even if just one of us makes it out alive, then 7 Stars Hall will live on," Kahir said. His energy surged, enveloping his body in a golden light. "Look, as a Hallmaster, I have to stay here. Remember, you're the hope of 7 Stars Hall," Tarkin said to Kahir. He looked much calmer than before, as though he had come to terms with what was happening. Amid the sound of rumbling thunder, the talisman array finally exploded, filling the sky with broken runes. Hundreds of shadowy figures advanced upon Destroyer Hall, all dressed in strange clothes. Streaks of lightning continued to flash in the space behind them, and claps of thunder echoed across the sky. The experts' killing intent soared toward the heavens, freezing the space. Kahir squinted to focus on the sea of faces in the distance. "There are so many strong warriors," he muttered under his breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Devil Sect had far more experts at the Martial Sovereign stage than Seven Stars Hall did. With the Devil Sect drawing closer, the elders of Seven Stars Hall rushed forward and activated their golden auras. By using their full strength straight away, they hoped it would give the weaker disciples enough time to escape. High up in the sky, a yellow-robed man with a stern expression flew across the space, his eyes flickering with lightning. His aura was absolutely terrifying. It was Heath.
"After today, Seven Stars Hall will cease to exist. Kill them all," he said.
A profound energy gushed out from the expert behind him, and a fierce battle broke out on the spot. Resplendent runes tore through the space, and hundreds of golden auras illuminated the sky like a lightning storm as the experts of the Devil Sect attacked at once. The Seven Stars Hall elders who had rushed out first were severely injured. Their robes were covered in blood. The leaders of the Devil Sect had learned their lesson from before. That time they had sent their most powerful experts to deal with Seven Stars Hall. Their message was clear. "Mess with us, and we'll make sure you pay." "Heath, you're a dead man," Tarkin said. His eyes turned red with anger. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out in the sky. "I'm your opponent, not him." A mysterious light spread out, and a person wrapped in lightning appeared, exuding a destructive aura. A tremendous pressure filled the space. Silver snakes of lightning crawled across the expert's body. They were so bright that one couldn't even see their true appearance. The energy of heaven and earth gravitated toward them, and a wave of earth-shattering electric arcs spread out. "It's you," Tarkin hissed. "The previous time the envoy attacked Destroyer Hall, he only projected an image of himself," he thought. "Now he's come with his physical body." "Die!" he spat as he rushed toward Heath, wanting to kill him before dealing with the envoy. Heath didn't show the slightest hint of fear as Tarkin drew closer.
"This time you have nowhere to run. There are plenty of people here to deal with you," he sneered.
"Leave Tarkin to me," said a cold voice.
"You take care of the others. If anything goes wrong, you know what the consequences will be."
A split second later, a beautiful woman in her 40s appeared before Heath. The surrounding space froze, and the energy of heaven and earth seemed to stagnate. "She's so powerful," Kahir gasped in awe. Her whole body, which rippled with lightning, was surrounded by a demonic aura. Her aura seemed to be even stronger than Tarkin's. Without hesitation, Tarkin and the beautiful woman exchanged blows. Their energies sealed off the space, and only electric arcs filled the sky.
"Kill as many of those scoundrels as you can. Charge out from the front,"
yelled one elder of Seven Stars Hall. The elders who were trying to lead the weaker disciples to safety were drenched in blood. They urged their pulse souls and talisman artifacts to move mountains and part seas as they tried to break free of the encirclement. Albus's aura was even more powerful than Kirby's and Bartholomew's. They had all reached the Martial Sovereign stage. An elderly man wrapped in a divine light descended upon Destroyer Hall. His eyes dazzled as he surveyed the chaos and destruction around him. It was Galen of the Divine Court.
"Leave no one alive. Kill them all,"
he said in a commanding voice. The people behind Galen rushed out at once. They were all experts of the Divine Court, with sinister and cold auras. Galen had unleashed a massacre, preventing the elders of Seven Stars Hall from bringing their disciples out of the encirclement.
"You have some nerve coming here,"
Everett bellowed. His expression darkened as he sprinted toward his old enemy. Galen gave a sinister smile.
"Seven Stars Hall will be destroyed today."
With that, he rushed forward to meet Everett head-on. The remaining experts of the Divine Court flew forward in unison toward their opponents. As they waved their hands, a terrifying energy swept out, causing the ground to shake. The disciples of Seven Stars Hall screamed in agony. Their blood flowed like a river.
"I'm going to take great pleasure in killing you,
Scott said, leaping in front of Heath. As soon as Albus made his move, he was surrounded by a few experts who had reached a terrifying level of skill. With their swift, coordinated attack, it seemed like they had planned to lock onto him. "Kill!" Cahir spat. The golden wings on his back expanded, and as he soared through the sky, a purple light shot out. The heavenly sword appeared in his grasp. As he wielded his sword, his killing intent surged, causing the mountains below him to crumble to dust. The ground ripped open, revealing an abyss. Under his sword attack, many experts of the Devil sect lost their lives, including a few people at the martial sovereign stage. "The members of the Divine Court are next," Cahir said. As his killing intent overflowed into the heavens, his hair flailed wildly behind him. With golden light rippling from his body, he sprinted toward the disciples of the Divine Court. Cahir brought his sword down on an expert of the Divine Court, and with a single strike, the man turned into blood fog. "It's Cahir," said one young man nervously. A few disciples of the Divine Court instantly recognized Cahir, and they couldn't help but tremble with fear. "Carter, come forward," Cahir said. When the puppet appeared in midair, he instantly pounced toward the enemy. "It's Clint. He's been refined into a puppet," said an elderly man from the Divine Court, who had once been friends with Clint. Staring into the puppet's eyes, an image of Clint had appeared in his mind. The elderly man was furious. Looking Cahir square in the eyes, he said, "I'm not done with you." He had reached the marvel level of the martial saint stage. "Kill," Cahir said simply. With a murderous look in his eyes, he swooped down, releasing a golden light. "I'm going to tear you to shreds," the elderly man said angrily. A light aura enveloped his body, and a terrifying energy burst forth as fierce as a storm, shocking everyone. Cahir wasn't afraid, though. Using the methods of the golden-winged bird, the heavenly sword, the star energy, the immortal grass, and the ghost grass, he attacked with all his might. Even though he was against an expert at the marvel level of the martial sovereign stage, in terms of strength, they were evenly matched. Although Cahir hadn't made a breakthrough in the martial path for over 2 years, his strength had still increased exponentially. If it wasn't for the fact that the elderly man was also extraordinary, he would have found it difficult to repel Cahir's attacks. "This kid's strength is impressive. He certainly lives up to his reputation," said the elderly man after he had exchanged more than 10 moves with Cahir. He was astounded by the range of Cahir's divine abilities. He hadn't expected Cahir to be so tyrannical. "The stories of his strength don't do him justice. He's far more terrifying in real life," he thought. "This guy's the biggest threat to the Divine Court. We need to get rid of him," he murmured. Feeling a little flustered, he quickly formed a hand seal, summoning an ancient bowl flickering with phoenix tattoos. Resplendent runes filled the surrounding space. The supreme artifact was powerful beyond measure and exuded an ancient aura. Suddenly, a dragon's cry and a tiger's roar rang out from the heavenly sword, and then a terrifying suction force spread out from its blade as a violet sword beam swept out. The beam of light turned into violet lightning and wrapped around the ancient bowl, shattering it to pieces. The elderly man's expression changed to one of shock. Despite his enormous strength, he couldn't suppress Cahir. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His supreme artifact had been destroyed, and he had also suffered a heavy blow. His face turned deathly pale. Amid the sound of a dragon's cry and a tiger's roar, the heavenly sword vibrated as it devoured the ancient bull's energy. "How could this happen?" the elderly man asked. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He hadn't thought Cahir's weapon was capable of devouring his supreme artifact's energy. What's more, he had no way of stopping it from happening. Naturally, he didn't know that the heavenly sword had been condensed by the space soul, and that it had an innate gift for devouring the energy of all weapons. Cahir didn't hesitate to launch another attack. "Domineering fist," he yelled. Abruptly, his eyes lit up with lightning, and he formed a different hand seal. His golden light flooded the surrounding space, and a tyrannical power swept out as a fist imprint flew through the air. In a blind panic, the elderly man released an amazing energy, but his efforts were futile. Caught off guard, he was knocked backward and vomited blood again. He was seething with anger. Even though he had reached the marvel level of the martial sovereign stage, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand against Cahir. Next, the elderly man activated his pulse soul. A tremendous pressure swept out like a tornado. Following that, a giant python appeared in midair. At the same time, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the space, and then a terrifying dragon appeared in the sky above Destroyer Hall. The dragon's wings, which were 300 feet in length, were rather like phoenix feathers, releasing scorching purple flames. Starlight flowed along its body, and the aura of the golden-winged bird filled the sky. The dragon looked ferocious and mighty. Its aura was even stronger than a truth dragon's. Under the beast's terrifying pressure, the surrounding experts stopped fighting. All of them trembled with fear. Cahir raised his head and smiled. "Star's here. She's reached the beast sovereign stage." Star flew over the warriors, showing off her impressive size. As she extended her claws, runes filled the air. With a flick of her hand, a blazing flame tornado enveloped the giant python. As a complex pressure filled the space, the python's eyes widened with shock. Its defensive powers weren't enough to repel Star's claw attack, and it shattered. The elderly man wailed in despair. Then he spat out another mouthful of blood. "That dragon is the king of all beasts," he thought. "I've never seen anything like it." "Enchanted land method. Domineering sword technique," Cahir yelled as he charged forward with his heavenly sword. His eyes fluctuated with runes. A beam of sword light erupted from the sword's tip like a flash of lightning and struck the elderly man. With Cahir's current level of skill in the talisman path combined with the strength of his eternal spirit power, after activating the enchanting land method, the expert of the divine court had no chance of escaping. His reactions simply weren't quick enough. The elderly man let out a blood-curdling screech before he was sliced in half. His eternal spirit was obliterated in an instant. Star hovered in the air with a puzzled expression.
"Father, what's going on? Why are we under attack?"
"Protect yourself and take action when necessary," Cahir said simply. He didn't have time to explain the situation. He grimaced as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. Destroyer Hall was a complete mess, with corpses strewn across the ground. Hundreds of people had lost their lives. The elders were trying with all their might to break through the encirclement to lead their disciples to safety, but to no avail. "This will be the end of Destroyer Hall if I don't do something soon," Cahir thought. High up in the sky, Tarkin and the beautiful woman were still engaged in a fierce battle. At that moment, it was obvious that the expert of the Devil sect had the upper hand.
"Tarkin, your talents are extraordinary. It will take some effort to deal with you,"
she admitted, releasing an even stronger aura. A divine ring of energy surrounded Tarkin, and a demonic energy covered the sky. Tarkin didn't say anything. Using his full strength, he was focused on repelling his opponent's attacks. He had already activated one of his most powerful techniques, the lightning barrage. Fire and lightning blotted out the sky, shaking the energy of heaven and earth. The duel between two top-notch experts was the most terrifying. The weaker martial artists had been too scared to watch. Elsewhere, Everett hadn't managed to battle with Galen for very long before he had summoned his pulse soul, a fierce bird. The fierce bird, which had already reached the soul formation phase, was enveloped in phoenix tattoos. Its eyes glistened like the sun as it swooped down toward Galen, intending to kill him.
"Everett, you didn't hesitate to activate your pulse soul,"
Galen said.
"It's a shame that you've only just reached the enlightenment level of the martial sovereign stage, while I'm almost at the martial domination stage. You're no match for me."
His body exploded with holy light as he activated his pulse soul. A split second later, a terrifying beast with 3 heads and 2 tails that looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger formed in midair. The pulse soul roared, causing the air to vibrate. Pouncing forward, its claws slashed through Everett's pulse soul, and a blinding light descended upon the space. Countless runes lingered in the sky as though they wanted to pulverize the surrounding mountains. Meanwhile, Scott had also activated his full strength to fight against Heath. His star energy pulled hundreds of stars from the sky, but no matter what technique he used, he couldn't suppress his opponent, who was nearly at the martial domination stage. Even though Heath hadn't stepped into the martial domination stage yet, the difference between his strength and Scott's was too great. Surrounded by several experts of the Devil Sect, Albus activated a talisman cauldron. Flames rolled over the top, making the temperature soar. As he hovered above the cauldron, he looked like a divine being from the heavens who had come to deal with evil. His opponents were very talented martial artists. Among them were 2 experts at the Enlightenment level of the martial sovereign stage. He knew it wouldn't be easy to defeat them. Cahir's heart grew heavy as he surveyed the devastation around him. Many disciples and experts of Seven Stars Hall had been killed in the most brutal of ways. "Kill!" he roared, wielding his heavenly sword. He furiously flapped his golden wings, and a bright light rippled out. He looked like a fierce bird of prey tearing through the sky. "Black Soul Method! Domineering sword technique!" he yelled. His hair danced wildly as he went on a killing spree. Swinging his sword with expert precision, tens of experts perished by his swordlight. Blood flew everywhere. Star roared. Her domineering aura terrified the life out of the pulse souls in the sky. She snaked through the sky, swishing her enormous tail, almost shattering the space. A few members of the Devil Sect were smashed apart by her tail. With their incredible defensive capabilities, Cahir and Star were unstoppable. No one from the Devil Sect could suppress them. "Go, all of you! Leave now!" Cahir yelled to the disciples of Destroyer Hall. With that, he and Star joined forces, taking out the Devil Sect experts who were blocking the disciples' path. "Young Hallmaster, we're not leaving. We'll join in the fight," shouted one young woman. Some disciples were covered with blood. Others had bloodshot eyes, and a few had received heavy injuries. Tears rolled down their faces, yet they couldn't bear to leave Cahir and the others. "All of you do as I say and get out of here," Cahir repeated.
Someone deal with Cahir and that dragon. Don't let them go,
Heath said. He had been severely punished for his previous failures in the Heavenly Wastelands, so that time he was determined to deal with Cahir and Tarkin once and for all. 2 men from the Devil Sect, one dressed in a black robe and the other in a white robe, landed in front of Cahir. Their faces were covered with only their eyes on show, which revealed killing intent. "They've reached the element level of the martial sovereign stage," Cahir muttered to himself. In truth, he had secretly watched them battle with Albus, so he knew that their strength wasn't much less than Quinn's.
"Father, it won't be easy to defeat these 2 experts," Star said.
"Be careful. You need to have your wits about you with these 2, Cahir said to Star. His heavenly sword vibrated, and a golden light erupted from his wings. With his sword aimed at the 2 experts, he tore through the sky. A sword beam shot out of the blade, and the space in front of the 2 experts made a whooshing noise, like the sound of a wave crashing on rocks as it shattered. "This brat has the Silver Soul Thunder. Capture him alive," said the white-robed expert. His eyes became darker as the golden aura gushed from his body. A claw imprint formed in midair, releasing billowing waves of demonic energy that blocked Cahir's sword attack. The sword beam exploded into smithereens, causing Cahir to stagger backward. His blood and energy went berserk. His palm was in agony, and he couldn't help but groan in pain, giving his enemies great satisfaction. After a few seconds, he clenched his jaws and bore the pain. The white-robed man took a step back. His eyes widened with astonishment. Meanwhile, Star was battling with the black-robed expert. With a flap of her wings, scorching flames billowed outward. Cahir saw Star out of the corner of his eye. "Wow, she's really good," he thought. Even though she hadn't reached the perfection level of the Beast Sovereign stage, her strength and might still have surpassed Prince Leroy's. "She has some strength, but it's still not enough," the white-robed expert cackled. His billowing power stirred up the energy of heaven and earth. He was much stronger than the elderly man who had reached the Marvel level of the Martial Sovereign stage. The element level of the Martial Sovereign stage was one of the highest levels one could reach. Even though there were millions of people in the world, very few martial artists ever made it that far. Cahir felt a tightness around his wings. He was much more restricted than before. Suddenly, A golden light descended, and the surrounding space trembled. The five-finger mountain appeared behind Kahir and started to change shape, as though it had been given life. As the five-finger mountain communicated with the energy of heaven and earth, a dense spiritual energy spread out. The pressure intensified, and the Pulse Soul's aura pierced through the rainbow in the sky. The multicolored light exploded, releasing hundreds of golden phoenix tattoos all over the sky with the power to suppress all living things.
"He has an Earth Pulse Soul,"
the white-robed expert gasped. He released an even stronger aura to contend against Kahir's Pulse Soul. After a few seconds, his domineering aura froze the space, and several experts collapsed to their knees, struggling to breathe. The five-finger mountain continued to grow and evolve. At that moment, nothing could violate nor provoke it. A wave of golden phoenix tattoos swept across the space, washing away the evil auras. The white-robed expert grew more shocked. Even though he was using his full strength, he found it impossible to suppress Kahir's Pulse Soul. Running out of options, he activated his own Pulse Soul, a white-scaled flood dragon. Its terrifying aura coiled around the five-finger mountain. As the two Pulse Souls battled, thunderclouds gathered and fierce winds blew. The light coming from them illuminated the space, and runes interweaved with incomparable magnificence. On the ground some distance away, under the guidance of an injured elder of Seven Stars Hall, the disciples were split into groups and ordered to flee. As the disciples scattered in all directions, many puppets appeared in midair and attacked the members of the Devil Sect. The puppets had all been refined by Tarkin. If it weren't for their enormous strength, the Devil Sect and the Divine Court would have wiped the floor with Destroyer Hall. A couple of smaller talisman arrays were set up in Destroyer Hall, obstructing the members of the Devil Sect. Even though the disciples of Seven Stars Hall put up a good fight, they were still at a clear disadvantage.
"Disciples, you must leave now,"
Kirby yelled amid the sound of battle cries and clashing weapons. His left arm had been sliced off, and blood gushed everywhere. Suddenly, the runes on his skin began to shine with a brilliant light, and his aura soared toward the heavens. His body grew bigger and bigger, until finally he exploded, blocking several Devil Sect experts and buying his disciples some time. Several people gasped, and then called out Kirby's name. They wept bitterly, their eyes becoming bloodshot, because Kirby had sacrificed his life to save theirs. Bartholomew looked to be in a very sorry state. His robe was drenched in blood, and his hair was singed. He had tried his best to keep the Seven Stars Hall disciples safe. "Go, all of you," he urged, waving his arms. Turning to the experts of the Devil Sect, he shouted angrily, "You're going down!" With that, he blew up his talisman cauldron, destroying his body and eternal spirit in the process. "Bartholomew!" the disciples cried, with tears rolling down their cheeks. They had never witnessed such a selfless act. Their grief was indescribable. "No! Why did he have to do that?" Kahir wailed. His thoughts turned to the time when Bartholomew had protected him, and his eyes became wet with tears. Overcome with grief, he could feel the anger boiling up inside him. A wave of phoenix tattoos spread out, enveloping him in a net of light. An ancient energy erupted from his body, ready for action. "What a terrifying aura!" the white-robed expert gasped with shock. A thundercloud suddenly appeared above him amid the sound of rumbling thunder. Kahir's aura spread for miles in every direction, filling all living creatures with fear and dread. Loud claps of thunder echoed across the sky, causing the air to vibrate vigorously. The violet lightning transformed into countless spirit snakes that shuttled through the air, making everyone's hair stand on end. Kahir had finally activated his Thunderbolt bloodline. The white-robed expert was shocked beyond measure. "What kind of martial arts veins does he have?" He felt that the pressure coming from his opponent's martial arts veins was much stronger than his own. Although he had reached the element level of the martial sovereign stage and had activated his Pulse Soul, he felt powerless against Kahir's Thunderbolt bloodline. His murderous aura swept through the space like a tidal wave, and electric arcs crackled in the sky. No matter how much strength the white-robed expert used, he couldn't land a blow on Kahir. However, at that moment, Kahir's pulse soul nor his thunderbolt bloodline could significantly harm the white-robed expert either. They were in a stalemate. After all, the difference between the edge level of the martial sovereign stage and the element level of the martial sovereign stage was simply too great. Violet lightning shuttled back and forth across the space, wreaking havoc as though hundreds of bombs were being detonated at once. A deep rumbling sound resounded throughout the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Heath, Galen, and the envoy fixed their gazes on Kahir.
"Let me kill him,"
said a calm voice. The surrounding electric arc suddenly twisted and churned as a handsome young man descended from the sky. His body was surrounded by faint electric arcs, and despite the enormous pressure coming from Kahir's thunderbolt bloodline, he remained calm and composed. He had finely chiseled features, as perfect as a sculpture's, and his broad smile was unnerving. It was the Devil Lord. His aura was even more dangerous and sinister than Colton's. As the Devil Lord looked Kahir square in the eyes, his expression became much more severe. The halo of runes surrounding him moved faster. Phoenix tattoos flickered, and a resplendent electrical light enveloped Kahir. His lightning might was no less powerful than Kahir's thunderbolt bloodline.
"It's the Devil Lord,"
Kahir groaned. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that their fight in the Thunder Shrine had ended in a stalemate.
"Devil Lord, I'll leave you to it,"
the white-robed expert said with a respectful nod. As he retreated, he breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he turned his attention to Star and pounced on the huge beast. Together with the black-robed expert at the element level of the martial sovereign stage, they were a force to be reckoned with. Before the white-robed elder had intervened, Star hadn't been at a disadvantage. However, with two powerful experts attacking her at once, she was heavily suppressed. She let out a deafening roar, shaking the heavens. Then, a black phoenix tattoo covered her body in a tortoise-like armor, blocking the attacks of the two experts. The eyes of the white-robed expert flashed with anger.
"It's a defensive treasure."
Although Star had a divine shell for protection, she was still forced to retreat, as the expert's attacks were so powerful. The ground beneath her feet cracked and exploded. Meanwhile, Kahir and the Devil Lord continued to clash like crazy. The lightning in their eyes became much denser, and their lightning attacks glowed with a greater ferocity. The Devil Lord activated his martial arts veins, which were also related to lightning. Under such a terrifying pressure, everyone started to shake uncontrollably, and some people were even brought to their knees. Kahir was a little taken aback.
"What powerful martial arts veins!"
"This time you'll face my full fury,"
the Devil Lord fumed. A ring of black lightning spread out from his body and enveloped Kahir.
"Kill!"
Kahir said. The golden wings of the great bird expanded, covering him in lightning bolts. As the two warriors exchanged blows, a deadly pressure descended upon the world, destroying a large area of Destroyer Hall. Everyone watched on in sheer terror. The Devil Lord was covered with black lightning, and his hair flailed wildly behind him. He oozed an indescribable evil as though he was a demon from the depths of hell. Kahir's violet lightning crackled through the sky, blowing his hair everywhere. His wings shattered the surrounding space. His fury matched the Devil Lord's, giving him the appearance of a devil too. The experts fighting nearby quickly retreated to the side, the hairs on their bodies standing on end. Everyone's eternal spirits trembled with fear. High up in the sky, Everett spat out a mouthful of blood as he was continuously pushed back. Scott, who was being pummeled by Heath, also vomited blood. Having suffered serious injuries, Albus was in no better state than Everett and Scott. Under constant enemy attack, his talisman cauldron started to shake and crack.
"Mo, you're very weak,"
the envoy shouted. His eyes rippled with lightning, bringing about terrifying electric arcs that wrapped around Mo. His pulse soul, a giant tiger, released a murderous aura that soared into the sky. It whistled through the air, causing the mountains around the battlefield to tremble. The elders of Seven Stars Hall were beginning to tire. You're at the end of your rope, the envoy said. He turned to the people behind him. Finish them off! The members of the Devil Sect and the Divine Court rushed forward in unison, unleashing their full strength. Miserable wails rang out. Many Seven Stars Hall elders exploded into blood fog. High up in the sky, Tarkin was struck by the beautiful woman's palm, pushing him backward. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Albus spat out another mouthful of blood, staining his robe. His talisman cauldron was covered in large cracks. With so many martial artists striking him at once, he found it difficult to hold on. 2 of his attackers were at the enlightenment level of the martial sovereign stage, and were the most difficult to deal with.
Albus, you need to get out of here,
Everett shouted. Because Albus was a spirit talisman master, his attacking power was the weakest among the Hallmasters. But Everett was well aware of Albus's impressive skills, and knew he had the ability to escape.
How can I leave? Listen to me. Protect Cahir. As long as he's here, Seven Stars Hall will live on, Albus said.
A smile appeared on his pale, wrinkled face as he exuded a cruel aura. Following that, the light on his talisman cauldron spread outward, and the cracks on it started to mend. His aura became more and more terrifying. Mo turned around, sensing that something was wrong.
Albus, don't,
he yelled. His booming voice shook the surrounding space.
It's not looking good. Albus is going to blow himself up,
yelled one member of the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect experts attacking Albus also felt that something was wrong, and their eternal spirits trembled. They retreated in a matter of seconds.
Everett, Tarkin, Scott, it's been a pleasure fighting alongside you all. Cahir, for the sake of Seven Stars Hall, leave now. You're our biggest hope,
Albus said. With that, his body and the talisman cauldron started to expand before they finally exploded. An earth-shattering force erupted in midair, and a terrifying energy engulfed the space. Lightning shot out, creating violent ripples in the sky. After the talisman cauldron exploded, a chorus of screams rang through the air. In a flash, any martial sovereign stage experts from the Devil Sect and the Divine Court who were unable to make a fast escape were killed. As a shockwave spread for miles around, mountains crumbled, and the ground began to quake. The area was in complete chaos, and it seemed like space itself would be torn apart. Some experts' pulse souls were destroyed, while many warriors suffered heavy injuries. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. As the powerful energy of the runes swept through the sky like a tsunami, many of the Devil Sect experts were hurt. The 2 martial sovereign stage experts at the enlightenment level who had been fighting Albus didn't get off lightly either. Caught in the backlash of the explosion, they were sent flying backward and spat out mouthfuls of blood.
The energy released by the death of an 8-star spirit talisman master is truly terrifying,
one of them shouted. The explosion had interrupted the battle, giving everyone a moment to adjust. The fighters from the Divine Court were truly stunned by what had happened. Many of them had retreated. From a safe distance, they turned back to watch, trembling with fear. In the sky, the energy of the cauldron's explosion circulated, and a terrifying aura surged and rippled outward, destroying everything in its path.
Albus,
Tarkin cried out. Mo, Everett, and Scott were also overcome with sadness and shock.
Master,
the disciples from Destroyer Hall shouted. They couldn't believe that Albus had sacrificed his own life. The fight between Cahir and the Devil Lord had also been affected. The terrifying impact swept towards them, and they were left with no choice but to retreat.
Albus,
Cahir roared. He felt a deep pain in his heart as he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He couldn't believe that Albus had disappeared from the world forever. But there was little time for anyone to mourn. Suddenly, the space trembled violently as a streak of flaming lightning charged toward the retreating Devil Lord. It was Tarkin's lightning barrage. The beautiful woman from the Devil Sect was quick off the mark. She cast out a rune that turned into a powerful light barrier, cutting off the lightning barrage and protecting the Devil Lord. Then Tarkin turned to Cahir.
These are desperate times for us. We're much weaker than the Devil Sect. But it's fortunate that we have such a capable successor. In the future, control of Seven Stars Hall will officially pass to you." He gave a gentle smile as he formed a seal with his hands. Then a fiery lightning bolt shot from between his eyebrows and rushed toward a point in the middle of Cahir's forehead. "This is celestial lightning," Tarkin explained. "As long as it remains in your possession, the Soul Seed will one day be able to stabilize and become more familiar with you. These guys from the Devil Sect have come for me, and they're not going to let me off lightly. Now that you have the celestial lightning and the lightning barrage technique that goes with it, they won't be able to get it. I still have a limited amount left in my body, so they won't be able to easily harm me. But if something does happen to me, the lightning barrage will become ownerless. At that point, you'll feel it more strongly in your body. That's when you'll be able to completely fuse with it. Once you do that, it should greatly increase your strength. I haven't had time to teach you as much as I've wanted, but you're a sharp young man. But even more important than that, you have a fierce determination. I have no doubt that you will one day surpass my own power." "No, Master," Cahir said. As the last of the flaming lightning entered his forehead, Cahir's eternal spirit trembled, and he felt a shiver through his body. His master's words brought tears to his eyes, and he sealed his lips, trying to control his emotions. "Cahir, I've already sent a message to Mo. He'll send you away. Until you're strong enough, you mustn't act rashly. Avoid any direct clashes with the Devil Sect. You are the hope of the Seven Stars Hall. I'm proud of everything you've achieved so far. So many people are backing you and depending on you for the future." As Tarkin finished speaking, the transfer of the celestial lightning was complete, and a flaming mark was left on Cahir's forehead. In Cahir's mind, a field of silent flame, without any fluctuations, rested just outside his inner temple. Suddenly, the beautiful woman from the Devil Sect rushed toward Tarkin. "I think it's about time you gave us the lightning barrage." Everyone felt the air around them solidify as bright runes surged out. A claw imprint wrapped around the space, distorting a large area and causing it to spin. As the spinning intensified, the woman's bright runes surged, and Tarkin found himself trapped inside. His entire body was wrapped in blazing flames and lightning, but he didn't try to fight it. When Cahir opened his eyes, he was shocked to see his master in such dire straits. Once again, he felt a deep pain in his heart, and more golden blood rushed to his mouth. "You're next," the beautiful woman shouted, turning to look at Cahir. Suddenly, a claw imprint rushed toward him, preparing to trap him. Then a voice came from the distance. "Father, be careful." A golden ray of light shot through the sky, followed by black beams of runelight. Then a beast began to descend, roaring like a dragon. It was Star. Her enormous body was covered in ink-black scales, and she had the divine shell on her back. Her extraordinary aura seemed to carry the power of a truth dragon. Thunder crashed as the majestic energy spread out, distorting space and causing it to tremble. The energy was terrifying, and it came from all directions. As strands of energy began to gather, the space began to ripple outward. Under the incredible pressure, dozens of fighters' pulse souls began to explode, from the weakest to the strongest. It was as if someone had released hundreds of firecrackers. Blood fog scattered through the sky. As screams rang out through the sky, people disappeared into oblivion. The arrival of Star blocked the terrifying claw that had been headed for Cahir. The claw tore through space and retaliated by grabbing Star's tail. However, it only managed to inflict minor damage. Then a strong gust of wind ripped through the air. The space exploded, and everything within it disappeared. The two fighters at the element level of the Martial Sovereign stage who had been pursuing Star instantly fled. "Father!" Star shouted, and she rushed to Cahir's side, returning to her human form. Her normally healthy face had turned pale, and blood dripped from her mouth. Her aura had been greatly weakened. "I can't take it anymore," she said breathlessly. "Let's get out of here. My divine shell can protect us." As she spoke,
Her voice seemed to crack and become weaker. Between the attacks of the two Martial Sovereign Stage fighters and the giant claw, she had used up much of her defensive power.
"Star, you need to protect yourself,"
Cahir said, sad to see the little girl in such a wounded state. Just then, his eyes flashed with snow-white light, and a purple lightning bolt flashed in his hand. He had no intention of going anywhere. All he wanted to do was activate the violet lightning cauldron, fight back against the Devil Sect, and release his trapped master. But before he could get any further, he noticed the space in front of him ripple. Seconds later, Mo appeared, covered in rune light that was as dazzling as the sun.
"Cahir, don't forget that you're our only hope. You're in charge of 7 Stars Hall from now on. I must send you away at once."
With that, Mo's phoenix tattoo began to spread. It tore open a spatial rift right in front of Cahir. As the space cracked under Mo's power, there were several explosions. A wave of mysterious energy appeared, giving off strong undulations. Under these powerful ripples, the whole space trembled and swayed. A circular, pitch-black spatial crack slowly appeared in front of Mo. It emitted a faint, distorted spatial ripple. The Devil Lord, who was being protected by the beautiful woman, knew something was up.
"This isn't good. It looks like they're about to escape."
The space in front of Mo suddenly fluctuated. Then, in a flash, it transformed into a dazzling light that surrounded Cahir and Star. As the spatial energy expanded outward, it swept Cahir and Star into the crack. The surrounding space warped slightly. The beautiful woman from the Devil Sect opened her mouth in horror. She suddenly rushed toward Mo.
"It's a space gate,"
she shouted back to the Devil Lord, who was left unprotected.
"If I don't stop him, he's going to send Cahir away in a teleportation array."
"You needn't worry," Mo said casually. "I don't have any plans to leave." At that moment, his hand seal suddenly changed, and a rune erupted with a burst of energy. He used the power to block the woman from getting too close to Cahir and Star. The envoy came to the woman's side.
"He's sending that kid away. How can he do that so easily?"
He instantly joined in the fight against Mo. The sky was filled with lightning that threatened to tear the world apart. It smashed ruthlessly into the distorted space surrounding Cahir and Star. Mo struggled to hold up against it. In the end, he was unable to block his two opponents. A heavy explosion rang out as a bolt of the envoy's lightning power pierced through space, striking the spatial tear where Cahir and Star stood. As the tear prepared to seal up, the joint attack from the Devil Sect caused it to sway.
"You should be okay from here,"
Mo called out to Cahir.
"The teleportation array has already been activated. Make sure to protect yourselves. If you can escape from all this, you'll one day flatten the Divine Court and take revenge for the 7 Stars Hall disciples."
As soon as Mo finished speaking, he was hit by another attack, and he felt blood rush to his mouth. As the cracks in space disappeared, Cahir gave a final look back and saw Mo drenched in blood. His eyes flashed with rage as he shouted, "You brutes! If I make it out of here, I promise I'll return someday and crush the Devil Sect and the Divine Court." His voice rang through the air. For miles around, everyone could feel his fury and hatred. A short time later, the spatial cracks began to sway back and forth, before exploding in the air like a bunch of fireworks. Dazzling rune fragments were scattered all over the sky. Then finally, everything settled down, and Cahir and Star were nowhere to be seen. The beautiful woman and the envoy quickly picked up where they had left off, coming together once again to attack Mo. A flurry of lightning and runes descended on Mo, but he succeeded in suppressing them. The woman's expression became gloomy.
"There's no stopping that brat's escape now. He'll probably be sent to the Central Region. Now that he has both the lightning barrage and the silver soul thunder in his body, along with his unique martial arts veins, he's a real danger. He can't be left to run wild."
The main targets of the Devil Sect had been Tarkin and Cahir. Now that Cahir had left with the lightning barrage, it seemed like a complete waste of time to keep fighting. The envoy nodded.
"Let's go. We'll try and intercept him in the Central Region before he can cause any trouble."
He waved his hand, sweeping a few others from the devil sect with him as he soared into the sky. He was confident that if Cahir made it to the other side alive, he would be able to finish him off. Finally free from the clutches of the devil sect, Mo closed his eyes. Seconds later, he disappeared. In Destroyer Hall, the ground was covered in blood and littered with corpses. The remaining disciples of Seven Stars Hall continued to stand guard at the gate. They were all at their wits' end. The fierce battle in the air had been so dazzling, it had been impossible for those outside to peek in. Once everything had calmed down, the spectators were finally able to check out the scene. They looked up to see that Destroyer Hall had almost been gutted, and blood was everywhere. People from the Divine Court were shamelessly picking through the battlefield and scooping up the spoils. The Devil Lord was still floating in midair, looking calm and collected. Suddenly, his golden aura surged, and he disappeared. The remaining members of the Devil Sect quickly split the scene to follow him. Finally, when the people from the Divine Court had left, the spectators moved closer. They looked around at the carnage, trying to make sense of what had happened.
Where are Everett, Mo, and the others? Were they killed?
Some of the experts may have taken their own lives so others could escape.
I think Seven Stars Hall has been destroyed, and almost all its experts have been killed. What about Cahir? Is it possible he managed to escape?
They looked around gloomily at the river of blood in front of them, while remnants of evil energy filled the air. The future of the Wild Realm was truly in jeopardy. Before this terrifying battle, everyone had believed that Seven Stars Hall was getting stronger. It was hard for anyone to accept that they had been brought to their knees so suddenly and so violently. Even the strongest elders of Seven Stars Hall had been injured, while one of their powerful hallmasters had been forced to take his own life. While everyone was in deep shock, they began to look for any shred of hope.
If Cahir's escaped, he won't let this matter go. He'll want to take revenge.
But the Devil Sect is terrifying. They have extraordinary strength. It's rumored they go back even further than the ancient Sky Sect and the Blue Wolves.
That's true, but you can't underestimate Cahir's power either. I've no doubt that in time, he'll become the strongest warrior in the whole world.
As the crowd continued to talk, many people became more optimistic. If Cahir had managed to escape, the Devil Sect and the Divine Court would need to watch their backs in the future. Cahir didn't show any mercy to those who attacked the people close to him. When the time came, he would strike back and unleash his wrath on the enemy. However, there were some among the crowd who were less hopeful. Knowing the power of the Devil Sect, they doubted that a single young man, strong as he might be, could ever hurt them. It wasn't long before news spread through the Wild Realm that Seven Stars Hall had suffered a catastrophic attack. When people heard how Destroyer Hall had been annihilated, while Cahir had somehow managed to escape the Devil Sect, they were stunned. It was the first time that the Devil Sect had dared show their faces so publicly, and it sent a wave of fear through the 9 continents. At the same time that news about Destroyer Hall was spreading throughout the land, something was happening in a strange outpost. It was a place shrouded in mist that seemed far removed from the rest of the world. Time seemed to have frozen in that boundless plain, which was trapped in an eerie silence. If it wasn't for the occasional cloud floating through the sky, a visitor would have been forgiven for thinking they had arrived in a land of death. It was a pure land that seemed disconnected from the mortal world, with few living things able to enter it. It was in that strange land that a palace suddenly appeared in the middle of the clouds. There didn't appear to be anything supporting this enormous palace, nor did it show any traces of a talisman array. By some miracle, it just floated in midair. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man let out a sigh. Although he was dressed in a simple robe, it did nothing to hide his ethereal aura. As he peered down at the boundless landscape below him, he seemed to be pondering something. Standing at the entrance to the palace, he looked like the ruler of the strange land. Every move he made seemed to naturally blend with that place, and his expression remained calm. After a moment, he raised his head slightly to examine the sky. The rune in his eyes faintly moved, while the silent fluctuation of his aura sent a ripple through the space. Suddenly, a boy of about 13 landed by his side.
Is anyone else here yet?
Despite his youth, the boy's eyes were as deep as black holes. They were full of wisdom and seemed to have the ability to see through time and space.
No, you're the first, the middle-aged man replied calmly. But it seems you won't be the last.
Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a fiery old man appeared in mid-air. With a flash of light, he landed just outside the palace gate.
Why did you ask me to come all the way here? The old man asked. And where's that old bastard? I'm not done with him yet. If I ever see him again, I'll fight him to the death.
The latest arrival had scruffy hair and a very disheveled appearance. He was the same old man that had been chasing Father Nathan when he had fled the Divine Thunder mountain range.
Those two have never been here before, so they're not even worth thinking about,
the boy said in a cool tone.
We'll be fine with just the three of us.
The slovenly old man growled and his face flashed red.
That good-for-nothing old bastard. All he knows how to do is hide. I won't rest until I find him.
The middle-aged man in the simple robe ignored the older man's outburst.
8 of the vicious lands have opened, and the evil spirits have already appeared. I'm afraid they're regaining their strength. We don't have much time left. The 9 violet lightning cauldrons have also appeared. 8 of them are in the hands of the evil spirits, but the remaining one seems to be in the possession of a mysterious young man. The 9 great families are starting to get restless.
It's been a long wait, the scruffy old man said, his expression grim. What will be, will be. The youth looked at the middle-aged man and frowned.
Do you know anything about the young man who has the last divine cauldron?
I believe he's a very strange kid, the man replied. He uses a technique from the golden-winged bird race. He also has a thunderbolt bloodline and some other special abilities.
Both the kid and the old man were incredulous.
The thunderbolt bloodline has reappeared?
The boy asked. The man in the simple robe nodded and gave a slight chuckle.
He's a very talented young man. He ran into serious danger against the Devil sect and was left with no choice but to use his extraordinary techniques.
Once again, the pair in front of him were surprised.
The Devil sect have finally shown themselves,
the scruffy man muttered. His eyes fluctuated and his expression became serious. Again, the middle-aged man nodded.
Now that the evil spirits have escaped, the envoy and the rest of the Devil sect don't have to be so careful. Those spirits will help them recover. And once they're strong enough, the world will be completely turned upside down.
The boy let out a soft sigh.
If the evil spirits take over again, what on earth could possibly deal with it? In the past, it was rumored that only the combined strength of the most powerful experts and the dragon god could suppress them.
I wouldn't be surprised if back then those powerful experts made some arrangements for this very event. It's possible they somehow connected with this strange young man to help in the fight.
He glanced down at the vast plain below.
There seems to be a change in the teleportation array. I think he should be somewhere around the Kinglands by now.
I really hope this kid can help us, the boy said. But time isn't on our side. Maybe there's a way we can help him out. If we ignore it, I'm afraid our world will be overtaken by those evil beings.
Don't forget that the 9 great families are forbidden from meddling in the affairs of the outside world, the middle-aged man replied. We also have to abide by the rules of our sect, which prevent us from getting involved.
The sloppy old man blinked slowly as he considered the situation.
If the evil spirits have already escaped, it won't be long before the Devil Emperors come out of hiding. I haven't been able to get much information on them, but from the snippets I've heard, it seems they haven't been totally inactive. It seems they've been using the Devil sect to track down celestial lightning in this world.
The middle-aged man was astonished by this news.
I wonder what exactly they're planning to do with the celestial lightning.
The boy's eyes rippled with an ancient energy.
I hope the good people of the world can triumph this time.
The 2 older men fell silent. Their expressions were solemn. Within the blurry space surrounding Coherent Star, the environment was in total chaos, and lightning flashed all around them. A terrifying spatial current roared. It seemed it wanted to crush Coherent Star. After some time, the strong spatial energy affected the 2 travelers. It froze Cohere's golden aura and made it difficult to breathe. Then there was a series of rumbles, and the space behind Kahir and Star exploded. A blinding wave of energy swept out along the spatial passageway, and the space around them began to come apart bit by bit.
Father, the teleportation array is about to blow up,
Star shouted in a panic.
My divine shell can protect us. Come in quickly.
She prepared to activate her divine shell, but with the energy driving them apart, she found it hard to get near Kahir. Her face turned even paler than before.
Don't worry about me, Kahir bellowed back through the chaos. Just make sure you're protected. I'll take care of myself.
Star knew there was nothing more she could do. Hanging on another second would be detrimental, so she instantly activated the divine shell, hoping that Kahir's violet lightning cauldron and the wild space would be enough to protect him. The collapse of the teleportation array demonstrated the extent of its might to Kahir. It reminded him of the incident with Scylla's teleportation array outside Edgevault City. Before Kahir could say another word to Star, immense spatial energy swept over the area.
This isn't good at all, he thought.
That was the final thought he had before circulating the golden-winged bird technique. Seconds later, Kahir felt the terrifying spatial energy attack him. It was as if it wanted to mince his body. By this time, he had already been severely injured and had used up all his energy. Under the might of the spatial collapse, Kahir blacked out. However, although he was no longer aware of what was happening in the outside world at that moment, a voice in his head kept telling him that he couldn't die. It reminded him of how he still needed to reunite with the rest of his family, finish rebuilding the martial academy, and rescue his master from the clutches of the Devil Sect. As time crawled by, Kahir remained in this muddled state, sometimes hearing voices and the resounding mantra to stay alive. Then, when it seemed as though he had been this way for years, he heard an unfamiliar voice.
Miss, he seems to be waking up. My goodness, with his injuries, I thought he was going to die. What a miracle.
Kahir tried to open his eyes, but he realized that every part of his body was out of his control. He began to wonder if he had actually died. Maybe I'm a ghost, he thought. His head began to feel foggy again, and he fell back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, 2 weeks had passed since Destroyer Hall had been razed and Seven Stars Hall had suffered major losses. The news had shaken the 9 continents. People had never expected the mighty Seven Stars Hall to be brought to its knees in one battle. That sect had several experts at the peak of the enlightenment level of the martial sovereign stage, as well as martial domination stage experts like Tarkin and Mo. At that moment in time, the whereabouts of Tarkin and Mo were still unknown, while nobody could tell whether Everett and Scott were dead or alive. There were only 2 things everyone knew for certain. The first was that Albus had committed suicide in order to allow others to escape. The second was that Kahir had succeeded in escaping. But again, they had no idea whether Kahir had made it out the other side alive. And even if he had, it wouldn't be long before he fell into the hands of either the Divine Court or the Devil Sect. People were shocked by the destruction of Seven Stars Hall and the reappearance of the Devil Sect all in one go. As time went on, they were running out of hope for the future.
The Devil Sect sounds so frightening. What kind of beings are they? Well, they were powerful enough to stop the ancient Sky Sect from fighting the Divine Court. With the arrival of the Devil Sect, both sides retreated.
Although Kahir is a disciple of the ancient Sky Sect, he wasn't in a position to do anything that day. The Devil Sect is just too strong.